People always ask me what scares me most out here. The storms, the wildlife, the chance of getting lost miles from the nearest road. The truth is, none of that comes close. Those things are real, yes, but they're natural. You can prepare for them. What I fear most are the things no map explains, the moments you can't plan for. When the woods turn strange and you realize you've stepped into a place that doesn't follow the same rules anymore. Tonight, I want to tell you one of those stories. It's not about bears or bad weather. It's about the kind of night that leaves you staring into the dark, wondering if the dark is staring back. This is a true, real camping horror, what scares me most. My name is Brody Kane, and I was raised to believe that maps and stars were two of the few constants a traveler could trust. A compass needle might quiver, a GPS might lose signal, but the sky had been drawn long before I existed, and it would remain drawn long after I was gone. That was the comfort of its permanence. At least, that was what I told myself on the evening I hiked too far past sundown. My boots cutting into a trail that thinned into rock and shadow until I was walking by feel more than by sight. I should have stopped earlier. I knew that. I had checked the sun's angle against the ridge around 6. Thought I had another hour of light. But the mountains swallow daylight quicker than any clock can predict. One moment the trees were glowing with dusk. The next they were teeth of black against a navy sky. My pack felt heavier as the dark grew deeper, the straps biting into my shoulders like urging me to turn back. But I kept climbing, telling myself I would crest the ridge and set up camp where the ground leveled out. By the time I found a suitable patch, the stars were already awake. Not just awake, uncomfortably awake, the way a stranger's stare can feel too focused, too deliberate. I had seen plenty of clear skies before. This wasn't that. The constellations burned sharper, closer, as if the night had peeled back a layer to let them through. Orion's belt gleamed like broken glass. The Big Dipper looked crooked, as if the bowl had been bent. And when I tipped my head back and traced them more carefully, I realized they were not where they should be. I tried to rationalize it. Altitude shifts your perspective. The mind fills in lines that don't exist. But when I lay back on my sleeping pad, staring upward, the stars moved. Not a trick of clouds or haze. They slid, slow as crawling insects, shifting into new alignments with a precision that felt purposeful. I held my breath, waiting, trying not to blink. The dots connected themselves into crude, jagged letters. The word took form across the canopy of night, sprawling from one end of the horizon to the other. Geobasike. My body turned cold. I pushed up on my elbows, expecting the shapes to scatter when I moved. They didn't. They held. They shone. They warned. I told myself I was overtired. That exhaustion had warped my vision. I had been hiking since noon with barely a break. Hallucinations weren't impossible, especially in thin mountain air. Still, I couldn't unsee the letters. They pulsed faintly, as though the stars themselves wanted to insist. They were no accident. The instinct to pack up immediately clawed at me, but I forced myself still. A night descent would be worse than staying put. The trail I had followed wound through jagged stone and tangled roots. Without proper light, I'd break an ankle or worse. I whispered aloud, as if saying it would anchor me. I'll wait until dawn. Just until dawn. The silence that answered me felt listening. I set up my small camp with shaky hands, striking the stove and boiling water, for a packet of dehydrated pasta. The flame wavered unnaturally, bending as if a breeze touched it. Though the air was still, every sound echoed too clearly. The hiss of boiling water, the rustle of nylon fabric, my own shallow breaths. The forest seemed to have stepped back to make room for me and my unease, leaving only the sky leaning down closer. When I tried to eat, the noodles clumped dry in my throat. I kept glancing up, expecting the stars to shuffle again, to rearrange into another word. For a while they remained steady, though I didn't trust that steadiness. I lay down eventually, pulling my bag over me, watching the sky until sleep dragged me under. I dreamed of maps, not paper ones, but vast, living charts inked across the heavens. Rivers that twisted, forests that bled into one another, valleys drawn in pinpricks of light. The stars shifted constantly, reshaping the borders like a hand erasing and redrawing lines. I walked along those borders in the dream, aware that they were moving beneath my feet, shrinking trails, cutting off exits. When I looked down, I wasn't walking on soil. I was walking across a skin of dark glass, and beneath it something vast and pale pressed upward, straining to break through. I woke with my heart rattling against my ribs, unsure whether the pounding in my ears was blood or the echo of something larger. The stars above had indeed shifted again. Where GOBACK had once burned, there was now a loose scattering that my brain desperately tried not to form into new letters. But the mind loves patterns. It connects dots whether you want it to or not. The sky now read sky. I sat up, dizzy. My breath fogged in front of me, though night wasn't cold enough for that. "Which is it?" I whispered. My voice felt thin, swallowed immediately. "Go back or stay." No answer, just the steady gleam of starlight, tilting ever so slightly as if the heavens were breathing. I lay awake until the first pale line of dawn painted the ridge. Relief hit me so hard, I laughed under my breath, shaky and almost bitter. In daylight the stars dissolved, and the sky looked ordinary again. The warning, or command, was gone. Packing up took longer than usual. I checked and rechecked my gear, unwilling to admit how much my hands trembled. Part of me considered abandoning the trip altogether, retracing the trail back to the base. But pride cut deep. I had planned this hike for months. It was supposed to be a week-long loop, through high ridges and alpine lakes, the kind of trek that left you lighter, clearer. I wasn't going to let one night of nerves chase me off. Still, when I shouldered my pack, I noticed something else. My compass needle quivered, not just from me shifting it. The point spun sluggishly, wobbling as though trying to settle but unable to decide north. I tapped the glass. The needle slowed, steadied, then twitched again, pointing not to the horizon but upward, toward the sky. I slipped it back into my pocket, unwilling to watch any longer. I told myself it was broken, that magnets go bad, that altitude messes with instruments. All the excuses I could gather stacked like sandbags against the unease rising in me. The trail ahead curved higher. Trees thinned, replaced by jutting stone and scattered brush. The day grew hot, sweat trickling down my back, but the weight I carried wasn't from the sun. It was the sense that something had noticed me, had rearranged itself last night specifically for me, and now waited to see what I would do. By midday I crested another ridge and looked out across a valley littered with peaks. The sky above was deep, endless blue, innocent in its daylight disguise. I ate a granola bar, chewed slow, scanning for wildlife, for any sound of normal life. A hawk circled once overhead, distant and small. Otherwise, silence. I didn't admit it yet, not out loud, but the silence felt staged. The way a theater hushes before the lights dim. I hiked on, but every step carried the taste of last night's warning. Or command. Or both. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, I checked my map. The trail should have cut east by the next bend, but when I turned the corner, I found only stone. Sheer, unforgiving, with no marker, no sign of the switchback. I walked along the ridge, searching, doubling back twice. The landscape refused to match the lines printed on paper. It was as though someone had taken the map and smudged the ink, shifting ridges and valleys out of place. And when I glanced skyward, against my own better judgment, I swore I saw faint pricks of light in the blue daylight, already adjusting, already writing. The stars were awake early. The strange thing about the mountains is how quickly they can strip you of certainty. You can walk a trail for hours, confident in its direction, until the land tilts a fraction, and suddenly you doubt every step. That doubt followed me like a second shadow, as I tried to realign myself, tracing the ridge for any sign of the switchback. The map said one thing, but the stone under my boots said another. I paced back and forth, climbing small outcroppings to get a better vantage, but the path refused to appear. The more I searched, the more the valley below seemed to pulse with a subtle wrongness, like a heartbeat muffled by miles of rock. The silence pressed in again, too full, too deliberate, as though the entire wilderness was waiting for me to realize I had been nudged off script. By late afternoon, I forced myself to stop burning energy. Wandering in circles before nightfall would only make things worse. I found a flat patch of ground and set down my pack, spreading the map out across my knees. My eyes followed the contour lines, trying to line them up with what I saw. Nothing matched. The ridges seemed stretched, the distances skewed. When I squinted, I thought I saw faint extra lines across the page. Hair-thin scratches that hadn't been there before. They formed shapes too faint to trust, like constellations half erased. I rubbed my eyes hard. When I looked again, the scratches were gone. Exhaustion, I muttered. My voice cracked. The air devoured the word instantly. I boiled water, but the stove's flame sputtered low, its hiss weaker than usual. The sound unnerved me. I didn't finish the meal. I chewed a few mouthfuls, shoved the rest back into the pack, and sat staring upward, even though I promised myself I wouldn't. The sky hadn't darkened yet, but faint points of light already bled through the blue. They weren't random twinkles. They appeared where no stars should, sliding into place as if a hand was sketching directly across the dome of the sky. I tried to look away, but curiosity has sharp teeth. My gaze kept flicking back, trying to make sense of it. The letters formed slower this time, deliberate strokes across heaven. Yo-O-G, Bilon. The words stretched enormous, scattered but undeniable. I sat frozen, breath caught in my chest. A pulse of dizziness washed through me, as if the weight of those words pressed not just on my mind, but on the very air around me. I thought of packing and leaving immediately, but the compass in my pocket seemed to twitch at the thought, as if mocking me. North didn't matter anymore. The stars had redrawn the map. The land itself was shifting. Where could I go that wasn't theirs? Night came without warning, thick and absolute. The trees at the valley floor melted into black pools, the ridges into jagged silhouettes. I lit my headlamp, but its beam felt pitiful, like a candle in a cavern. The stars burned brighter than any night I had seen in my life. They didn't flicker. They glared. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to prove I wasn't pinned in place by their gaze. I walked the ridge in both directions, shining my light across stone and brush, searching for anything that resembled a trail. My boots scuffed loose rock that clattered into the darkness, but no echo returned. Even sound seemed hesitant to cross this place. Eventually, I circled back to my camp, sweating under the chill. My headlamp batteries were already dimming. I dropped into my sleeping bag without even unrolling the pad, pulling the zipper up as though nylon fabric could stand between me and whatever shifted above. I tried to close my eyes, tried not to look. But something about the stillness forced me to glance upward again, just once more. The stars were moving again. Faster now, like ants swarming a pattern. The letters twisted, reforming into a new message, Giobiski, Sti, Giobistei. The words overlapped, tangled, indecisive. They flickered between one command and the other like a strobe, leaving my vision streaked. The sky couldn't decide what it wanted from me, only that it wanted something. I pressed my hands to my face, whispering to myself, "It's not real. You're tired. This is your mind breaking shapes apart." But the whispers of reassurance didn't land. The silence was too heavy, the stars too loud. Sleep clawed at me eventually, not rest but collapse. My dreams were thick with impossible geometry, lines of starlight twisting into labyrinths, valleys drawn and redrawn, as though by a frustrated architect. I walked through corridors of night that reformed behind me, closing off escape. Voices echoed, layered and distorted, repeating my name. Not in chorus, but in correction. Like the sky was practicing until it could pronounce me properly. When I woke, my mouth was dry, tongue heavy with the metallic taste of fear. Dawn was a smear of gray across the horizon. My compass needle quivered like a trapped insect. I didn't bother with breakfast. I packed in a blur, cinching straps too tight, bruising my shoulders with haste. I descended where I thought the east trail should have been. My map insisted the switchback had to be close, but the slope I followed tilted into scree that rattled and slid beneath my boots. Each step sent gravel cascading. I steadied myself against scrub branches, but they crumbled in my grip like ash. The valley stretched below, wider than I remembered. The forest within seemed knitted too tightly, branches laced like woven wire, denying entry. I forced myself down anyway, half sliding, half stumbling, until I reached a clearing where the ground leveled. Here the silence was absolute. Even the air hung motionless. No breeze, no insects. My ears rang in the absence of life. I took out the map again, squinting against the weak daylight. The lines were wronger than ever. Rivers bent in directions that made no sense. Ridges stacked where flatlands should be. And across the paper, faint but insistent, were new marks. Tiny dots that weren't part of any contour. Constellations. They sprawled across the map, linking into crooked letters that bled faintly as though ink was seeping through from the other side. I turned the paper over, but the back was blank. When I looked again, the dots had shifted into a single word. Ryan. I dropped the map, heart hammering. The sound of it hitting the ground was swallowed instantly. I stumbled back, gasping. My head jerked upward toward the daylight sky. I wished I hadn't looked. Even though the sun had risen, the stars were visible faint but undeniable, burning through the blue. They weren't spelling anything this time. They were moving, spinning into spirals, tightening as if to collapse toward a single point. The air vibrated with the shift. A low hum felt in my teeth more than heard. My skin prickled. The compass in my pocket thudded against my thigh, tugged upward by some invisible pull. I clutched at the pack straps to ground myself, to remind myself I was still here, still heavy, still flesh, but the pull deepened. The valley seemed to tilt, every tree bending slightly toward the whirling sky. I forced myself to run, not because the map told me, not because the stars commanded it, but because my body screamed that stillness was surrender. Gravel tore at my boots. Branches whipped at my arms. My breath came raw, tearing my throat, but I didn't stop. Behind me the hum thickened, pressing at my spine. I didn't look back. I knew what I would see, the constellations collapsing inward, redrawing the map of the world without me in it. At last I crashed through a dense stand of spruce and found myself on a narrow track. A trail. Real, worn earth, cut by old boot prints. Relief punched through me so hard, I nearly dropped to my knees. But when I raised my eyes to check the direction, I froze. The boot prints didn't lead forward. They circled. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, pressed into the dirt over and over, walking in the same closed loop. And above the trail, the stars, visible even in day, shifted into new words. Fuyundo you. The loop of footprints encircled me like a trap already sprung. My chest heaved as I backed against a tree, eyes darting between the dirt and the sky. The prints varied in depth and size, some shallow as if made long ago, others crisp as though pressed minutes before. Yet there was no one here. No movement, no rustle. Just my pulse hammering in my ears. I told myself to follow them anyway. A trail, even if circular, meant human presence. Maybe they led somewhere if I broke the pattern. I picked a direction and stepped onto the track. The earth gave under my boots, the prints aligning perfectly with my stride. Too perfectly. When I looked back, my own tracks didn't appear. The dirt lay untouched except for the loop that had already existed. I ran my hand down my thigh, reassuring myself of my weight, my substance. I was here. I was leaving signs. But the earth had decided I wasn't. The stars pulsed above in faint daylight. Their crooked words burned into my vision. Fuyundi. Oh, you. I walked faster, almost jogging, half expecting the loop to spit me back into the same clearing. And it did. I circled 3 times before admitting the truth. I was locked. Desperation makes you brave. Or stupid. I left the loop entirely, shoving through underbrush, snapping branches loud enough to echo. It didn't matter. When I broke through back into open ground, the circle of prints waited, unbroken. The world had folded around me like paper, forcing me to land back at the same line. My throat closed. I crouched low, pressing my hands to the dirt, whispering, "Please." I didn't know who I was addressing. The sky, the land, myself. But the word tasted like surrender. The hum rose again, vibrating the ground. I lifted my head slowly, knowing before I looked what I'd see. The stars were rearranging, twisting into sharper strokes. The letters resolved into one word, terrible in its certainty as tie. I squeezed my eyes shut, shaking. "I can't," I whispered. "I don't belong here." The silence that followed had a weight, as if the sky considered the plea. Then, almost mercifully, the words changed. New letters drew themselves across the dome, slower this time, deliberate. PROVIT. My blood turned cold. The forest around me stirred for the first time. Branches cracked where no wind blew. The circle of prints deepened, pressed by invisible weight, as though unseen feet walked them again. My head snapped side to side, searching for movement. But nothing broke the air except that soundless pressure of something walking just beyond sight. The demand hung above me, luminous and final. Provit. I didn't understand what proof they wanted. Proof that I was alive. Human, separate from the maps they kept redrawing. My hands shook as I reached into my pack, pulling out the compass. Its needle spun uselessly, jerking as though it wanted to leap free of the glass. "This," I croaked, holding it upward. "I'm not part of your map. I use my own." The stars did not move. The hum thickened, angered, and the trees around the clearing bent inward, branches groaning as if the valley itself inhaled. The prints at my feet darkened, pressed deeper, forming words in dirt that mirrored the sky. Natina UGH. Panic stripped thought from me. I tore the map from my pocket, the one I had studied until I could recite each contour line. It had been shifting every time I looked, bleeding constellations across the paper. I held it up like a shield and shouted, "Then take it back. Take your map! Leave me out!" The page shivered in my grip. The thin paper stiffened, veins of light cracking across its surface. It wasn't paper anymore. It was sky, stars embedded directly into its fibers. The constellations crawled, seething, spelling fresh words across the page. YUREDW. "No," I screamed, tearing the map in half. The effect was immediate. The valley itself convulsed. A rumble deep in the ground that knocked me onto my side. The torn map ignited in pale fire, disintegrating into ash that clung to my skin. The stars overhead jittered violently, scattering, reforming in spasms. I staggered upright, coughing, ash in my lungs. The footprints around me broke apart, scattering outward like fleeing insects. The silence shattered. For the first time in days, or hours, I couldn't tell anymore. I heard sound. Real sound. Birds shrieked overhead, branches cracked, the forest alive again. I ran. My legs moved before thought caught up, plunging me into the trees, tearing through underbrush. The noise of life surged around me. Wind, birds, even the far-off rush of water. Every sound was salvation. I didn't stop until I burst out onto a ridge bathed in full sunlight. Real sunlight. Warm and golden, not the cold light of stars. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, the world spinning. The sky above looked normal. Blue, harmless, empty of words. I laughed, a hoarse, broken laugh that shook my chest. "It's over," I whispered. "It has to be." But when I pulled the compass from my pocket, the needle pointed true north for the first time since that night. Relief flooded me, until I saw what else had changed. The glass face was scratched. Not random scuffs, but deliberate etchings. Letters carved deep into the plastic. Sty. My throat closed. I shoved the compass away, refusing to look. I rose on shaky legs and walked. I didn't care where, so long as it was down. The trail appeared again, worn earth cutting through stone. Boot prints lined it, but these ones stretched forward, not in circles. I followed them, each step pulling me further from that clearing, from the ash, from the shifting sky. Hours passed. The air warmed. The smell of pine and damp earth returned. Every sign of normal wilderness stitched itself back into place, as though nothing had been wrong at all. But the prints stayed. Always ahead, always leading. And no matter how long I followed, I never caught up to their maker. By dusk, I stumbled into a valley with a real river cutting through it, glinting with sunset. The sight nearly broke me with relief. I knelt, cupping water into my hands, drinking until my stomach ached. The stars flickered faintly above as the light faded. I froze, watching, terrified of new words forming. For a long, breathless moment, they stayed still, unarranged. Ordinary. I lay back on the ground, staring upward, whispering promises to myself. I would leave the mountains tomorrow, cut the trip short, return to civilization and never come back. That was when I saw it. Not words this time, but lines. Constellations stitching into a shape. My shape. A crooked outline of a figure with arms sprouted, exactly as I lay in the grass. My breath caught. Slowly, mechanically, I lifted my hand. The star figure lifted its own, a fraction behind, like a reflection that lagged. I rolled to my side, heart hammering. The stars held steady, refusing to break the shape. I didn't sleep that night. I watched the sky until dawn, half daring it to move, half begging it not to. When the sun rose, the figure dissolved, scattered back into harmless dots. But I knew what I had seen. I packed my things with shaking hands and descended the last miles to the trailhead. The world was noisy again. Birds, insects, the rush of streams. Other hikers passed, their voices casual, their laughter cutting through the weight I carried. To them, the sky was just sky. I never told them. How could I? Who would believe me if I said the stars had written at me, caged me, demanded proof? Even now, weeks later, I look up each night, hoping the sky will stay ordinary. Most nights it does. But sometimes, when clouds clear, just right, and the darkness is sharp enough, I see faint letters twitching in the void, forming too slow to be accidental. They spell my name, Brody Kane, and I know they're not finished with me. My name is Amara Quinn. I was raised in the northern states, accustomed to pine forests, cold streams, and the kinds of camping trips where you learned as much about silence as you did about survival. I have always thought of myself as careful, deliberate, the type who prepares, lists weeks in advance and checks them twice before a single boot laces up. My companions on this particular trip, 3 friends from college who trusted my supposed outdoor expertise, thought of me as the responsible one, the one who would keep them safe. I suppose is why I keep telling this story, formally, properly, as if laying down the truth might steady it. I cannot shake the feeling that recounting it in precise words is the only way to prove it happened at all. We had gone out that summer to a stretch of wilderness, far from marked campsites, a place I had mapped myself from old forestry, guides and satellite images. The forest. There was quiet in a way that bordered on unnatural, with long corridors of birch and pine, the air damp with the smell of moss and cedar resin. I remember saying, with misplaced pride, that we would be fine so long as we respected the rules. Tie up your food. Keep camp clean. Hang bear bags at least 12 feet high, well away from trunks. These were the guidelines I had followed since childhood. We reached the clearing late in the afternoon, sweat damp from the long hike, but relieved to finally drop our packs. The 4 of us, myself, Hannah, Jules, and Marcus, had been moving together since dawn. Hannah, with her boundless energy, was still joking about the weight of her pack. Jules, ever cautious, already eyed the tree line, as if something might be waiting. Marcus had fallen quiet the last few miles, pushing himself through the last of the uphill trails. I busied myself with practicalities, clearing the ground, setting up tents, designating the fire ring. My sense of order calmed me even as shadows lengthened around us. By the time dusk slipped into the canopy, we had cooked a simple meal, laughed more than once about nothing at all, and gathered our supplies into the nylon sacks meant for hoisting. I walked the group through the process like a reciting a lesson. Tie the rope, sling it over a sturdy branch, pull until the bag hangs well above reach. It was almost ceremonial, the way the bags swayed in the breeze once we were done. Like strange lanterns hung for a festival only we would attend. I noted the height, the knot, the distance from the trunk. It was, in every sense, perfect. Night dropped heavy. The forest grew still. Our fire was small, a controlled flame against the vast dark. We told stories. Old half-truths about campus legends and imagined hauntings. The kind of talk meant to fill silence rather than confront it. Yet the silence persisted, thick beneath the laughter. I remember lying back in my tent. The fire dwindled to embers, thinking how the air felt oddly expectant, as if the forest itself were waiting for us to fall asleep. I must have dozed quickly, though I could not say how deep that first sleep was. My dreams blurred with sounds, creaking branches, faint wind, the groan of wood under strain. I thought at first it was the bear bags swaying in their ropes, the sound of nylon brushing bark. It was only when I stirred fully awake that I realized the ground beneath me was no longer firm. My body was swaying gently as if rocked. My hands, reaching instinctively for the tent zipper, found nothing but slack fabric pressed close to my face. I kicked once and felt air, not soil, beneath me. When I forced myself fully awake, the horror was simple and absolute. My entire tent was suspended in the trees, swaying as if caught in some colossal web. My sleeping bag pinned me within, the nylon taut around me, ropes or cords straining overhead. I could not see the others, but I heard muffled cries, panicked voices stifled by fabric. Somewhere to my left, Marcus shouted my name, his voice distorted, thin. Hannah whimpered, her sound cut off as if swallowed. We had tied our food in the branches. Now we were the ones dangling, bodies strung like offerings above the forest floor. At first, I tried to rationalize. Perhaps some prank. Perhaps we had been drugged, carried, lifted. But the logistics staggered me. We were 4 adults in separate tents, each bound in our own nylon shells, each raised high into the canopy without waking during the act. No prank could be so complete, so silent. And the ropes, whatever they were, did not creak like hemp or cord. They hissed faintly when strained, fibers sliding against one another with an organic sound, as if vines themselves had woven us up. I tested the walls of my tent, pressing outward with my hands. The pressure only tightened, ropes cinching more firmly. The fabric clung like a second skin, sealing in heat and breath. I craned my neck toward the zipper, but it was jammed against the strain of the cords. Above, I heard shifting, the groan of branches bending under more weight than they should bear. Something moved overhead, something large. Panic rose, but training kept me methodical. I reached for my knife, always clipped to the inner loop of my tent. My hand groped blindly and at last closed around it. With careful force, I pressed the blade to the fabric near my shoulder. The instant it pierced, the tent jerked violently upward, as if the very act of resistance had been detected. My cut opened to the night air, and through it I glimpsed the impossible. The clearing below was empty, our fire ring only faintly glowing with ash. But above, in the lattice of branches, the bear bags still hung untouched. Beyond them, blacker than the night sky, something shifted between boughs. The ropes or tendrils or whatever bound us stretched into that shadow, disappearing like lines cast into a well. For a heartbeat, I thought of a spider's web, vast beyond comprehension. The swaying increased. Marcus screamed my name again, raw with terror. Jules thrashed, his tent spinning slightly, cords tightening until his voice cut short. I knew then that struggle was punished. The ropes were not passive. They reacted. I forced myself still, gripping the knife but holding breath shallow. The swaying slowed. Overhead, the shadow withdrew, branches snapping softly as it moved higher into the canopy. Silence returned, oppressive, heavy as before. We hung there through the remainder of night, strung like prey, bodies suspended in a forest that had no right to claim us. My mind clawed for explanation, any rational frame, but none would settle. Sleep deprivation dragged at me, but terror kept me conscious. Eyes fixed on the slit I had cut, watching the horizon lighten shade by shade. Dawn arrived slow and gray. Birds called, hesitant at first, then bolder as sunlight filtered in. I expected release with morning, as if whatever force held us belonged only to night. But the cords did not slacken. We still dangled, swaying gently, our shadows cast long across the forest floor. The bear bags, I noticed with sick clarity, remained untouched, swinging lightly as if mocking. At some unmarked moment, the cords loosened of their own accord. Not much, but enough that my tent dropped a foot, rope hissing against bark. I heard Marcus gasp as his weight shifted, heard Hannah sob in relief. I did not move. I did not dare. The forest seemed to wait for us to choose, whether to attempt escape or to remain bound, patient. It was then I realized we were no longer alone at the base of the trees. Shapes stood in the clearing, blurred by distance but unmistakable in outline, human or near enough. They did not move like hikers. They did not speak. They simply stood, heads tilted back, gazes fixed on a swaying high above. I froze, knife clenched tight, as one figure lifted a hand. It did not wave. It only pointed upward, toward the bear bags dangling among the branches. The meaning struck with the weight of a stone. The food was bait. We had followed rules meant to keep us safe. Yet something in this forest had rewritten them, turning our caution against us. The figure lowered its hand. The others stood still, shadows unmoving in morning light. My throat burned with unspoken cries, but instinct kept me silent. Any sound, I feared, would invite their notice more directly. We hung there as the sun rose higher, every moment straining my sense of reality. My name is Amara Quinn, and I swear what I recount is true by dawn. Our bear bags were untouched, but all of us had been hoisted up instead, sleeping bodies swaying in the branches. And above, in the canopy where no human hand could reach, the ropes still stretched into shadow, waiting. The sun did little to comfort us. It filtered pale through the canopy, scattering light across the clearing like broken glass, sharp in places, dim in others. My arms ached from being bound in my tent, the circulation prickling cruelly in my hands. Each sway of the rope pressed me into the nylon walls, suffocatingly close. The heat of my breath trapped with me. I strained again at the cut I had made, widening it with slow, careful strokes of my knife. I expected the ropes to jerk, to retaliate, but perhaps daylight had shifted their mood. The fabric tore reluctantly, strands catching on the blade. Finally, I made a slit large enough to press one eye to. The world beyond glared back at me, too sharp, too exposed after the cocoon of dark. The figures remained. 4 of them. They stood at the edge of the clearing, where the shadows of the trees deepened, watching with the stillness of statues. Their clothes, if clothes they were, hung loose, bark-colored, blending into the trees. I thought at first they wore masks, faces pale and featureless, but then one tilted its head in a jerking motion, and I saw movement, ripple, beneath the surface of that blankness, as though skin itself was not fixed but shifting. My instinct screamed to call down to them, demand help, plead, anything. But something older than instinct stopped me. That same hush I had felt the night before. When the forest seemed to hold its breath, I remembered how the cords had reacted to Jules's struggle, how his cry had strangled into silence. These watchers were not here to help. They were waiting. Marcus broke first. His tent spun as he thrashed, muffled curses spilling from inside. The cords hissed and tightened, jerking him higher into the branches. His voice pitched into terror.
Mara.
Amara, get me out. I whispered his name as sharply as I could manage, hissing through the slit. Stop. Don't fight. You'll only make it worse. But his panic drowned me out. I heard canvas rip, the tearing sound frantic, and then a sickening snap. Not of rope, of branch. His entire weight shifted as the limb holding him gave way. He plummeted, tent and all, crashing through lower branches, until his body struck the ground with a thud that sent birds shrieking into the sky. The clearing fell silent again. I craned desperately to see movement from him, any sign. His tent lay crumpled, half collapsed, fabric tangled. For one suspended heartbeat, I thought he might crawl free. Then the figures moved. They did not walk like men. Their legs bent oddly, too long in the knee, strides too smooth. They glided more than stepped, converging on the wreck of Marcus's tent. One crouched, reaching with a hand that seemed to lengthen as it stretched forward. The others circled, heads cocked at unnatural angles. The nylon bulged. Marcus's arm shot free, fingers clawing desperately at the soil. He screamed again, raw and hoarse, as one of the figures pressed its pale hand over his face. The sound cut short instantly, as though swallowed. His arm twitched, stilled. The watchers lifted the tent, Marcus inside, with impossible ease, carrying him into the tree line. Hannah whimpered somewhere to my right, muffled by her tent walls. Jules whispered a steady litany of prayers. I clenched my knife until my hand cramped, too paralyzed to move, too aware that any movement might invite the same fate. Time warped. Minutes dragged like hours. The sun crept higher, but no warmth touched me. My muscles burned. Every sway of my suspended tent was torture. Eventually, the watchers did not return. The clearing stood empty again, as though nothing had ever happened. Only Marcus's absence remained. The cords slackened slightly at midday, lowering us closer to the ground. I thought of escape, of sewing fully through the fabric and leaping, but my body shook with exhaustion. Besides, Jules muttered the truth none of us wanted to admit. They'll come back if we move. That's what they want. We hung there helplessly as afternoon shadows grew. Hunger gnawed, cruel in its irony with our untouched food, still dangling safely in the branches. My throat was dry, lips cracked. The forest seemed aware of it, taunting. I swear the ropes creaked in rhythm with my stomach's growl. When dusk bled into the trees, the change was immediate. The ropes tightened again, hauling us higher as though the forest drew a breath. The air thickened, night bringing back its oppressive weight. I knew with sick certainty that something would happen again. And it did. From the tree line came a new sound, soft, rhythmic, almost pleasant. A lullaby hummed in a low voice. At first I thought it must be Hannah, delirious, singing to herself for comfort. But the notes were wrong. bending in ways no human throat could manage, rising and falling like the sound of wind through hollow reeds. The song seeped into me, coaxing my eyelids heavy. My grip on the knife slackened. "No," Jules whispered, his voice sharp enough to cut through my haze. "It's them. Don't listen. Don't sleep." I bit my lip until I tasted blood. The pain anchored me, faint though it was. The lullaby continued, closer now, threading through the branches. Leaves rustled with movement. A face appeared just beyond my torn slit, upside down, dangling from above. Pale, smooth, without features at first. Then it rippled, molding itself clumsily into something resembling eyes, a nose, a mouth. The mouth stretched too wide, lips peeling back to reveal gums without teeth. It hummed the lullaby directly into my tent. I clamped my hand over my ear, eyes watering. The ropes shifted, lowering me toward that face. Its half-formed eyes locked onto mine with a mimicry of recognition, as though it tried to wear humanity like a mask. The longer I stared, the more the features rearranged. Sometimes Tana's, sometimes Marcus's, sometimes even my own. I forced my voice steady.
Why us?
The mouth opened wider, stretching to my ear, and for the first time the lullaby broke into words. The voice was layered, like many people speaking from the same hollow chest. "Food," it said. "Rule." The ropes jerked violently, spinning me. My knife slipped from my grasp, clattering against the fabric, lost. I shouted in panic, but the figure withdrew, vanishing into the canopy with insectile speed. The ropes steadied again, leaving me dangling, breath shallow and ragged. The forest quieted. Jules muttered a prayer louder now, forcing the words past trembling lips. Hannah sobbed openly, the sound raw, childlike. I pressed my face against the slit and stared at the stars barely visible between branches. They looked wrong somehow, faintly warped, as if seen through water. We endured that night, though endurance is hardly the word. It was survival in its most passive form, remaining still, silent, pretending we were already dead so the forest might ignore us. The watchers returned twice more, drifting silently beneath us, but they did not take another. Perhaps one sacrifice had been enough. At last dawn returned, bleeding gray light into the clearing. My body was a wreck of cramps and bruises. I thought perhaps daylight might mean release again, though the cords remained taut this time. No slackening. My hope dwindled as the morning stretched long. Then, without warning, Jules's tent dropped. Not far, only a few feet, but enough that his scream tore through the air before he stifled it. The ropes lowered him slowly, deliberately, like a puppet guided on strings. He dangled just above the ground, swaying. The watchers returned from the tree line. Two this time, tall and still, their faces rippling faintly in the new light. They extended their hands toward Jules as though beckoning. He shook his head violently inside the tent. "No, I won't." His voice cracked, the words thick with terror. The ropes shifted, lowering him another foot. His toes brushed the dirt. The figures cocked their heads in unison, waiting. Jules broke. He scrambled for the zipper, tearing it down, tumbling out of his tent in a frenzy. He landed hard, knees buckling, but he forced himself to his feet, stumbling toward the trees opposite the watchers. For one breathless moment, I thought he might make it. The ropes lashed out. They snapped taut like whips, coiling around his arms, his chest, his throat. He was yanked backward off his feet, dragged screaming into the air. The watchers did not move to stop him, nor to help. They simply observed, heads tilting in eerie unison, as Jules was hauled high into the canopy. His cries strangled into silence, and then nothing. He vanished into the branches above, swallowed by shadow. The watchers turned their faces skyward, as if admiring their handiwork, then melted back into the tree line. Hannah sobbed until her voice cracked. I could not summon tears. Only cold numbness filled me, a hollow certainty that we were following rules we could not understand, rules rewritten against us. By midday, the clearing was empty again. The forest hummed with insects, birds calling warily. Only Hannah and I remained, swaying in our makeshift cocoons. I closed my eyes, whispering to steady myself, speaking aloud so she could hear. My name is Amara Quinn, I said, forcing each word like an oath. I will get us out of this. But even as I said it, the canopy shifted above, branches groaning with weight unseen, and I wondered if the forest had already decided otherwise. Morning stretched long, cruel in its slowness. Hannah barely spoke anymore. Her voice was hoarse from crying through the night, and when she did whisper, it was only my name, like she needed reassurance that I was still there. I wanted to give her comfort, to tell her that we would be fine, but every time I formed the words, they felt like lies. The ropes still held us, though they no longer swayed with the same tension. It was as if whatever force controlled them had grown disinterested, letting us hang in uneasy silence. I tested them gently, shifting against the nylon cocoon of my tent. The cords adjusted, tightening the instant I pressed too hard. They were alive, in some sense, listening for resistance. By noon, heat gathered in the clearing, heavy and damp. My lips were cracked, my tongue swollen. Thirst clawed at me more fiercely than fear, and I wondered if that was part of the design. The untouched bear bags swayed above us like mocking pendulums. We had tied them to save ourselves, and now they dangled as unreachable symbols of a rule that had been turned against us. It was Hannah who broke the monotony. She coughed, a wet, harsh sound, and then spoke with surprising clarity. Amara, we can't stay here. If we wait, they'll come back. Her words jolted me, because they mirrored my own thoughts. We had seen what happened when Marcus panicked. What happened when Jules was offered that slow descent. The forest wasn't going to let us leave. It would keep rewriting the rules until there was nothing left of us. I didn't answer her right away. Instead, I worked the knife I had nearly dropped before back into my grip. The blade was small, dulling from stress, but it was the only weapon I had. Quietly, carefully, I pressed it against the ropes binding my tent. I expected the hiss of retaliation, the sudden jerking pull, but nothing came. The cords quivered faintly, almost as if curious. I'm cutting through, I whispered. Be ready to run. Hannah made a sound between relief and despair. Run where? I didn't know. The forest stretched endless in every direction, paths we had followed erased by time and distance. But running was better than dangling like bait. The cut was slow work. The fibers resisted, tough and sinewy, unlike any rope I had touched. They frayed reluctantly, and every slice sent a shiver through the cords, vibrating up into the canopy. I froze each time, certain that the watchers would return, but no figures emerged from the tree line. Finally, the rope gave way with a snap. My tent lurched, dropping suddenly before catching on the remaining cords. I forced myself to keep cutting, blade sawing furiously. The air filled with the hiss of fraying fibers. And then, I fell. The ground slammed into me hard, knocking the breath from my lungs. I gasped, sprawled in dirt, blinking at the shocking vastness of open sky above. My body ached, but I was free. My tent, half shredded, collapsed around me.
Amara!
Hannah's voice cracked from above, desperate. I staggered upright, knife still in hand. Hold on. I'll get you down. I stumbled to her suspended tent, clawing at the cords. They were thicker here, twined in layers. My knife sawed uselessly for long moments, but eventually strands began to fray. Hannah sobbed encouragement, her voice muffled by the nylon. That was when the forest stirred. Branches above shifted with weight. Leaves shuddered in waves, as though something massive moved through the canopy. I froze, blade pressed to the rope, listening to the groan of wood. Shadows rippled across the clearing floor. Faster, Hannah begged. Please. The ropes quivered, tightening around her tent as if they knew what I was doing. I slashed harder, ignoring the sting in my wrist, the dull ache of exhaustion. Fibers split. One snapped, then another. Her tent dropped sharply, swaying just feet above the ground. And then a voice spoke. It came from everywhere at once. The branches, the soil, the air in my lungs. It was the same layered voice I had heard in the lullaby, now stripped of melody. 2 left, it said. 1 must hang. I staggered back, knife trembling in my grip. Hannah screamed, thrashing inside her tent.
Don't listen. Cut it now.
The ropes around her writhed, pulling tighter, dragging her higher once more. Her tent jerked violently, and she shrieked. I lunged forward, slicing madly, fibers snapping under my blade. The cords fought back this time, pulling against me with inhuman strength. But desperation is sharper than steel. At last, the final rope gave way. Hannah's tent crashed to the ground with a brutal thud. She clawed her way out, face pale, hair matted with sweat. The moment her eyes met mine, relief shattered into raw terror, because the tree line was no longer empty. The watchers stood there again, more of them this time. 6, maybe 7, their bodies blending with bark and shadow. Their faces rippled with shifting features, some half-formed, some wearing grotesque echoes of our own. They tilted their heads in eerie unison, observing our rebellion. Run, I hissed, grabbing Hannah's arm. We stumbled toward the narrow path we had entered the clearing from, half crawling, half sprinting. Branches clawed at us. Roots snagged our boots, but adrenaline drove us forward. Behind us, I heard the hiss of ropes tightening, the groan of branches bending under impossible weight. The forest did not want us to leave. The path twisted, unfamiliar despite having walked it only days before. Trees seemed closer, their trunks leaning inward as though conspiring. The air thickened, heavy with the stench of damp soil and resin. Hannah wheezed beside me, every breath a rag plea. They're following, she gasped. I didn't look back. I could feel them. The watchers, the ropes, the forest itself, pressing closer, pushing us deeper. The rules had shifted again. We had defied the offering. Now we were prey in open chase. Branches snapped overhead. I glimpsed shapes moving through the canopy, keeping pace with unnatural speed. The ropes dangled like vines just above, lashing downward to snare us. One coiled around my wrist, burning cold. I screamed, slashing with my knife, until the fibers frayed and released. We ran until my lungs burned, until my legs threatened collapse. Then, impossibly, the trees broke. We stumbled into another clearing, smaller than the first, ringed with birch. At its center stood something that made my knees buckle, a massive trunk, hollowed and blackened, its interior carved with symbols. Around its base lay remnants of canvas, torn fabric, rusted cookware, the debris of camps long abandoned. Hannah fell to her knees sobbing. There were others. I circled the trunk, trembling. The carvings were crude but clear. Figures suspended in trees, ropes twisting around them. Beside them were marks like tally lines, etched deep, too many to count. The voice came again, seeping from the hollow like smoke. Rule broken. Rule rewritten. Rule remains. Ropes slithered from the hollow, thick and endless, reaching for us. Hannah screamed, scrambling backward. I grabbed her arm, dragging her toward the far side of the clearing.
Don't stop!
I shouted. We plunged into the trees again, the forest closing around us like jaws. Ropes whipped past, carving shallow cuts into bark, snapping branches. The watchers drifted between trunks, keeping pace without hurry, as though they knew escape was impossible. But something in me refused to accept that. My mind clawed for reason, for the simplest truth. Rules could be broken. I had cut the ropes. I had freed us. If rules could be rewritten, then so could our survival. We burst through thickets, stumbling down slopes, until at last I saw its sunlight glinting off water. A river cut through the forest ahead, wide and fast. Its roar filled me with sudden, desperate hope.
Hannah! There!
We crashed through the undergrowth and tumbled onto the rocky bank. The water surged, fierce and unwelcoming, but it was a barrier the ropes might not cross. I didn't think. I grabbed Hannah's hand and leapt. The current swallowed us instantly, icy and brutal. It dragged me under, spun me against rocks, filled my lungs with fire. But I kicked, clawed upward, breaking the surface with a gasp. Hannah surfaced beside me, choking, eyes wide with panic. Behind us, on the bank, the watchers stood in a line. They did not pursue. They only watched, faces rippling with shifting features. The ropes dangled uselessly above the water, hissing but unable to reach. The current carried us away, farther and farther, until the watchers blurred into distance. My arms ached, my lungs burned, but the river pulled us relentlessly downstream. We washed ashore hours later, bruised, shivering, half dead from exhaustion. The forest was quieter here, birdsong returning timidly. No ropes dangled from the canopy. No watchers stood waiting. Hannah collapsed beside me, sobbing into the mud. I lay on my back, staring at the sky, unable to believe it was real. My name is Amara Quinn. I tied bear bags high in the trees to keep us safe. By dawn, the bags were untouched, but all of us were hoisted up instead, sleeping bodies swaying in the branches. I lost Marcus. I lost Jules. Only Hannah and I remain. I tell this story in detail, formally, because I need it recorded. The rules we trust can be rewritten. The forest has its own. If you camp where the trees lean too close, where silence feels like waiting, do not trust your precautions. Do not hang your food. Do not think yourself clever, because something else is keeping score, and it is still out there, watching. My name is Darius Holt, and I have always believed myself to be a cautious man. I am the sort of person who checks the knots twice before climbing, who reads the posted warnings, who makes certain his flashlight has fresh batteries before a hike. My upbringing was steady, my work unremarkable, and my life quiet. Yet I sought solace in wild places, not noise. For years, I camped in the mountains and forests whenever I could, not as an escape, but as a reminder of how small we are against the great indifferent silence of nature. It never frightened me, not really. Even alone, even at night, I trusted the rules of wilderness. But there are nights that rewrite the rules you thought you knew. There are moments where the trail you walk will not take you back, no matter how far you try to retrace your steps. I learned that lesson the day I crossed the rope bridge in the fog. The trail I followed wound high through a gorge that seemed too narrow and steep to hold its own mist. Yet that morning, a white curtain pressed down over the river, rising all the way to the cliffs. I could not see the sky, only dim daylight struggling through. The map I carried showed a bridge, an old suspension span of rope and wood that cut across the gorge, rather than adding hours of detour to reach the next camp. I had heard from other hikers in passing that the bridge still held, though weathered. I reached it by noon, with the fog already thick enough that the far side was hidden. The bridge itself looked like something drawn from an old adventure sketchbook. Ropes darkened with age, planks unevenly spaced, some cracked, some worn to threads. It swayed in the faintest breeze, a long, narrow strip fading into white nothingness. The river below should have been visible. A roar, a glint, anything. But the fog drowned even sound, so that I heard only the creak of rope and my own breath. I hesitated, though not long. To backtrack would waste hours of daylight, and the weather seemed unlikely to clear soon. I tested the first plank with my boot. It groaned, but held. I took a second step, then a third, gripping the side ropes. My body fell into rhythm, cautious but steady. I counted my strides as a measure of distance. By the time I reached the midpoint, the fog pressed so thick around me that I could see only 5 or 6 feet ahead. That was when I heard them. Another set of footsteps, deliberate and measured, matching mine exactly. The creak of a plank across from me whenever I set one down. At first, I thought it was an echo distorted by the gorge. But the sound had weight, the particular thump of a boot sole hitting wood. My stomach tightened as if the rope itself had pulled against me. I froze, and so did the sound. The bridge swayed faintly, but that could have been me. I forced myself to look behind, but the fog swallowed everything within 10 feet. There was no silhouette, no motion, only pale vapor. My mind scrambled for sense. Another hiker, maybe someone who had stepped on after me. But I had seen no one all morning. And how could they have moved in perfect synchrony with my own steps? I tightened my grip on the rope, heart thudding so loud it seemed to echo into the white. I lifted one foot slowly and placed it down. A heartbeat later, wood creaked again. The same pace, the same weight. The sound had presence undeniable, like a phantom walking the mirror of my path. I quickened my pace despite myself, each plank rattling beneath me, and the phantom steps followed. Neither closer nor farther, but twin to mine. The bridge groaned and swayed with the strain. I felt the burn in my calves, the sweat on my palms, the dryness in my throat. I told myself not to look back again, that the human mind invents when denied sight. Still, I glanced over my shoulder once more, and all I saw was a wall of fog so dense it seemed painted there. Halfway across, I tried to speak. I do not know why, perhaps to prove something lived behind me. Someone there. My voice vanished into mist. No echo returned, no reply, not even the sense of sound bouncing off walls. Just silence, then a step when I stepped, another when I took mine. It was too exact, too mocking, as if the bridge itself had learned to walk. When the fog lifted, it did so suddenly, like a curtain being drawn aside. Sunlight cut through, showing me the far cliff still a dozen yards ahead. Relief poured into me, almost dizzying. I turned my head to see the gorge behind, and felt my chest collapse in on itself. The bridge was gone. Not broken, not frayed, not fading into distance. Simply gone. Behind me stretched nothing but air, a sheer drop into river foam, gleaming faintly far below. I clung to the side ropes, knees weak. The plank under my boots still held, still swayed as if anchored. But there was nothing to anchor it to. No ropes connected to the cliff I had stepped from. I had walked into air without knowing it, and something had carried me forward anyway. I should have fallen. I should have plummeted the moment my first foot left ground. Yet here I was, suspended. The fog still churned far below, curling like fingers. I stared and stared, waiting for the trick to reveal itself, for the ropes to shimmer back into sight. They never did. Only the gorge vast and clean, with nothing spanning it. My breath came fast, too fast. I forced myself not to collapse to my knees. If the bridge beneath me was real only because I kept walking, then stopping would be its undoing. I turned back toward the far cliff, jaw clenched, and put one foot ahead. The plank shivered but held. Another step, then another. The phantom steps had gone, though I could not decide if their absence was comfort or warning. By the time I reached solid ground, my legs trembled so badly I had to sink to the dirt path. I sat there, staring at the ropes tied firmly into the cliff face, as if they had always been there, as if nothing had vanished. Behind me, the bridge stretched whole again into fog. But I did not test it. I could not. I only stared until the mist closed over once more and the opposite side disappeared. My palms bled where rope fibers had dug in. The rest of the trail passed in a haze. I walked quickly, half expecting to hear footsteps behind me again, half expecting the ground to drop out from under. Every sound was suspect, every silence worse. The forest regained its details as afternoon brightened, but my nerves did not ease. I reached camp by dusk, set up my small tent, and tried to steady my hands enough to light the stove. Even the click of metal against metal made me flinch, as though another sound would rise to meet it. That night, as I lay in my sleeping bag, I thought I heard rope creak in the distance, swaying back and forth as if someone still crossed. I told myself it was the wind, or trees shifting. Yet when I closed my eyes, I saw empty air behind me again, and the plank beneath my boot. And I could not decide whether it was mortifying that the bridge had not been real or that it had been. I did not sleep long. Sometime after midnight, the fog rolled back in, thicker than before, curling along the forest floor. My tent walls glowed pale in the moonlight diffused through mist. A sound woke me, the careful step of a boot on wood, slow and deliberate. One, then another. The sound should not have carried this far inland. My tent sat on packed earth, no planks, no boards. Still, the rhythm matched what I had heard that afternoon on the bridge. Steady, too measured to be chance. I held my breath, straining to hear. The steps stopped. Silence pressed close. Then, faint as a thread drawn tight, came the sound of rope fibers stretching under weight. I lay frozen, eyes wide in the dark, knowing there were no bridges here, no ropes. Yet the sound creaked just outside the fabric wall, circling my camp as if invisible lines held me suspended above nothing. The night dragged on in choking silence. I did not dare move. I counted my heartbeats until dawn light seeped through. When I unzipped the tent at last, the fog had cleared. The ground looked solid, my camp ordinary, but the impression of footsteps lingered in the dirt, mine, leading to where I had pitched my tent. Next to them, faint but undeniable, was another set, identical in stride and depth, stopping exactly when mine stopped. I told myself I would hike out that day, that I would leave the gorge behind. But deep down, I knew something had already crossed with me, step for step, and that leaving would not mean escape. The following morning began with a silence that was not peace but pressure. Birds had sung faintly at dawn, but even their chatter stilled as the sun rose. I ate without appetite, forcing down granola and stale bread. My hands shook when I tied the pack straps, the skin on my palms raw and stiff with dried blood from gripping the bridge ropes. When I folded the tent, I hesitated before checking the dirt around it again. The second set of tracks remained, faint but clear. They ended where my own did, as if whoever, or whatever, had made them decided to stop once I stopped. The prints looked no different from mine, as though the ground itself had only one set of feet to model after. I tried not to linger. My plan was simple: hike back toward the trailhead, abandon the rest of my route, and reach the small parking lot 2 days away. But plans mean little when trails shift under you. Within an hour, the landscape looked unfamiliar, though I had followed every blaze, every marker nailed into trees. I checked the map, ran my finger along the contour lines, and still the gorge appeared far behind, unreachable. The forest smelled of damp earth and resin, heavy in my lungs, but it felt as though I breathed through fabric. I began to wonder if the fog had never lifted, if it had only retreated into the corners of my sight, waiting to smother again. The first time I heard the creak of rope that day, it came from nowhere. I froze mid-stride, scanning the trees. No bridges here, no suspended planks. The sound repeated once, then ceased. A trick of memory, I told myself, a replay in my head. But later, as I climbed a switchback, I heard it again. Low, strained, fibers pulled taut. I spun in a circle. The forest was empty. I forced myself onward, jaw clenched. By noon, I reached a clearing where sunlight spilled down through breaks in the canopy. It should have been comforting. Instead, it only revealed how the fog hung farther down the slope, waiting, not burned away but crouched. I sat on a rock, pulled out my canteen, and drank. The water caught light, rippling faintly. My reflection stared back at me, but for a fraction of a second, I thought the face belonged to someone else, someone whose expression twisted into a grin I did not make. I snapped the bottle shut so hard it sloshed over my hands. Voices came next. Not full words at first, only murmurs. The low hum of conversation you cannot catch from across a room. I stopped more than once to listen. Certain hikers must be near. Each time, the forest remained empty, yet when I walked, the voices shifted with me, always a few paces behind. Once, I swore they aligned perfectly with my steps, like footfalls disguised as whispers. The trail bent around a ridge. On the far side, I saw something that froze my breath. A length of rope stretched between two pines, sagging as though it bore weight. But no bridge belonged there. No crossing marked on the map. I stared, unwilling to blink. The rope trembled, though the air was still. For a moment, it looked as though invisible hands tested its strength, pulling it taut. Then, as I stepped forward, the rope snapped into nothing, vanishing between one heartbeat and the next. The branches it had tied to swayed back as though relieved. I stumbled down the trail, fighting the urge to run. The gorge felt closer than it should have been, though the map swore I had left it far behind. The thought twisted inside me. What if I had never left it at all? What if the bridge had not carried me across, but carried me somewhere else entirely? By evening, I found a flat place among firs to camp. I built no fire. The air was too damp, and the thought of flame drawing attention tightened my chest. Instead, I ate cold food and unrolled my bag. The silence pressed heavier than the day before, as though the woods held breath waiting. I must have drifted near sleep when I heard it again. Footsteps on wood. The same weight, the same rhythm, but slower now, patient. They circled my camp the way an animal tests a perimeter, deliberate, confident. I sat upright, clutching my knife though it felt laughably small. The sound of ropes followed, creaking and groaning, as if an unseen bridge sagged under unseen weight. My eyes darted across the tent fabric, searching for a shadow. Then, clear and close, came a step that was not on wood but on soil, right outside the tent. My breath caught. I dared not move, dared not blink. The step landed again, then stopped. Silence stretched long enough for me to imagine a figure crouched just inches away. I waited for the zipper to move, for canvas to tear. Nothing happened. Minutes passed like hours. At some point, the sounds retreated one by one until I was alone again. Sleep never returned. When dawn broke, the ground around my camp bore no tracks but mine. I packed quickly, almost frantic. My compass needle spun once, twice, before settling in the wrong direction, pointing toward the gorge instead of north. I tapped the casing, shook it, but the arrow remained stubborn, quivering as though it fought to pull itself back. That day the trail twisted tighter, narrowing into switchbacks that should have led up toward a ridge. Instead, each turn dropped me lower, toward where the fog pooled thicker. By afternoon, I stood on a ledge looking down, and my stomach collapsed. The rope bridge stretched out again below, as if the path had bent back into its jaws. I stared in disbelief. This was not the same place, yet the structure was unmistakable. The ropes swayed gently, though no one crossed. I'd have turned back. Instead, some pull drew me closer, as though a hook sank into my chest. My boots moved before my mind agreed. The fog rose higher, swallowing the far side of the bridge, until only the first few planks remained visible. I gripped the ropes, fingers trembling. This time, I did not step onto the bridge. I only leaned close enough to feel the chill of fog curling along my skin. My reflection flashed in the wood grain, impossible but clear, my face staring back from the planks themselves. And behind that face another, smiling faintly, wearing my features yet not mine. I reeled back, heart slamming, and staggered uphill. The rest of that evening blurred. I climbed higher, trying to leave the gorge behind, but the forest seemed endless. When at last I dropped my pack for the night, I realized I had circled back to a familiar clearing, the same one where I had seen sunlight through fog the previous day. My canteen lay warm in my palm, though I had not left it in the sun. When I opened it, the water rippled again, but no reflection showed this time. Only pale fog, coiling inside, as if the bottle contained a piece of the gorge itself. That night the sounds returned. The steps, the ropes, the low murmurs. But this time they did not stay outside the tent. They circled closer, until I swore the ground shifted under me, each plank of earth replaced by wood. When I touched the tent floor, it felt like rope, coarse under my palm. I pulled my hand back sharply, staring in the dark. The whispers grew clearer, voices layered over one another. One voice matched mine perfectly. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound came from inside as much as out. The voice spoke my own name, slow, deliberate as though testing its weight. Darius Holt. The syllables stretched, unfamiliar in my own timbre. Then it laughed softly, almost tenderly. I could not move. My body froze in the bag, lungs tight. The rope creaked again, louder this time, the sound of strain, as though something heavy leaned against it. The tent walls bowed inward, trembling. I thought they might collapse. Then silence fell, sharp and absolute. My own ragged breath filled the space, and the fog pressed against the thin fabric, glowing faintly with moonlight. When dawn came, the world looked unchanged, but I knew better. The gorge had followed me. The third day began without color. The sky was pale, neither blue nor gray, only blank, as if the fog had drained pigment from everything it touched. I packed in silence, each buckle and zipper too loud in the stillness. My eyes flicked constantly to the trees, half expecting to see ropes strung between trunks, or planks hovering in air. Nothing revealed itself, yet the certainty sat heavy in my stomach. I was not walking alone. I forced myself uphill, toward the ridge that should have led north. My compass spun aimlessly again, the needle chasing itself as though caught in a whirlpool. I shoved it into my pocket. Maps meant nothing now. The land had folded back on itself like paper creased wrong, each trail bending into patterns that led nowhere except closer to the gorge. By noon the air thickened, fog sliding between trees like breath. I slowed, afraid the path would vanish beneath me as the bridge had. Every step felt tested, provisional. The silence deepened until I could the rasp of my own tongue against dry teeth. Then, faintly, came footsteps. Not behind this time, but ahead. I froze, heart slamming. The sound was distant, measured, unmistakable wood groaning under weight. It grew clearer as I advanced. Though there were no planks here, no bridges, only packed soil and stone. The footsteps did not retreat. They waited. The trail bent, and the fog parted just enough to show the span again. The rope bridge stretched across the gorge, exactly as before. My throat tightened. I knew I had left this place far behind. Yet there it was, swaying gently, waiting. And on it, halfway across, stood a figure. It faced me, though the fog blurred details. I could make out its stance, the angle of its arms gripping the side ropes, the tilt of its head. My knees weakened. The figure wore my pack, my jacket. Its face caught a glint of light, and I saw my own features staring back, distorted slightly, smiling faintly. I stumbled backward, shaking my head. The figure did not move, yet the bridge creaked with its weight. I turned and ran uphill, lungs burning. The forest closed around me, trunks leaning inward like watchers. The air thickened until my vision blurred. When at last I slowed, panting, I dared a glance behind. Nothing, only fog, patient as ever. By dusk I reached a hollow where a small stream cut through rock. Exhaustion dragged at me, yet I dared not stop. The thought of sleeping again, of giving darkness another chance, made bile rise in my throat. Still, my body rebelled. I drank from the stream, barely tasting the water, and collapsed against a tree. Sleep came without permission. I woke to the creak of rope. My eyes flew open. Moonlight poured thin through fog, painting the clearing silver. The sound surrounded me, close, as though ropes crisscrossed overhead. I pushed myself upright, knife in hand. Shadows shifted between trees, rope thick and swaying. My breath came fast, clouding white in the cold. Then the steps began. They circled the clearing, deliberate, boots on wood that did not exist. Each step rattled in my chest like a heartbeat not my own. I backed against the tree, eyes darting. The fog thinned for an instant, and I saw it, the figure stepping carefully on invisible planks, circling me in midair. It wore my face, my clothes, but its movements were smoother, more confident, as though it had practiced being me. Darius Holt, it said, voice a perfect mirror of mine. The name rolled out calm, steady, not ragged like my own breath. It tilted its head, eyes catching moonlight, pale and endless. You walk well. My throat locked. I tried to speak, but no sound emerged. The figure smiled, step for step. That is how it begins. It lifted one foot, placed it down, and I felt the earth shift under mine, as though I had moved without moving. The ropes creaked louder. You know now, it continued, the bridge is not wood. It is you. The words struck like cold water. My hands trembled, blade shaking. The figure leaned closer, though it still stood yards away, suspended on nothing. Its smile widened, almost tender. When you walked, I walked. When you stopped, I stopped. When you crossed, I crossed. I shook my head, desperate. You're not real. The figure's expression softened, almost pitying. Neither are you. Not anymore. The clearing spun. The fog thickened until the ground vanished. I staggered forward and felt rope under my boots, coarse and swaying. My heart lurched. The clearing was gone. I stood on the bridge again, mist pressing all around. The figure stood opposite me, halfway across, still smiling. I dropped to my knees, gripping the ropes until fibers cut deep. No, I whispered, over and over. The figure raised a hand, palm outward. One more step. Darius Holt. Then the bridge is whole. The ropes trembled, straining. The planks beneath me groaned. I felt the pull, not from the gorge, but from within, as though my own body wanted to step forward. My muscles tensed, rebellious against my will. With every ounce of strength, I tore my gaze away, shoved backward, and stumbled off the planks. The fog parted for an instant, and I fell hard onto dirt. The clearing returned, the tree at my back, the stream whispering nearby. My knife lay in the leaves where it had fallen. The ropes went silent. The figure was gone. I lay there until dawn, too afraid to close my eyes. When morning came, I forced myself onward. I no longer cared about direction. I only wanted escape, any road that led to people, to voices that belonged to human mouths. The forest remained endless. Every bend revealed nothing but more trees, more fog curling low. I stumbled until my legs barely carried me. At last, near dusk, I saw movement ahead. My heart leapt. Through the mist, shapes appeared. Tense, figures moving between them, the faint glow of fire. Relief surged so sharp it hurt. I nearly ran into the clearing. Several hikers sat around a fire, laughing softly, cooking food. They looked up as I staggered near. Their faces were kind, surprised, concerned. A woman rose to meet me. "Are you all right?" she asked. I opened my mouth, ready to spill everything. The bridge, the footsteps, the figure. But before I could speak, my eyes caught the fire. The flames moved wrong. Each spark rose into the mist and froze, suspended, like beads on invisible strings. The laughter around me did not ripple naturally. It repeated, the same cadence, like an echo looped. I stepped back slowly. The hikers' smiles held too steady, too unblinking. The woman's hand extended toward me, palm outward. The same gesture the figure had made. My stomach dropped. "Darius Holt," she said, my name shaped perfectly, too perfectly. One more step. I turned and ran. Branches tore at my arms, fog swallowing the false camp behind. My lungs burned, tears streaming down my face. I did not stop until my body collapsed against the earth. Now I write this by headlamp, my journal propped on my knees. I do not know if paper will carry these words out, or if they will fade like trails folding back on themselves. But I need to mark it, to leave proof the bridge is not behind me. It is under every step I take, invisible until it wishes to show itself. If anyone finds this, know this truth: when the fog comes, and you hear footsteps match your own, do not look back. Do not trust the ground. And if you see yourself waiting on the bridge smiling, never take the final step. Because once you do, the bridge will be whole, and you will not be the one who walks away. My name is Leela Frost, and I have always believed that the wilderness reveals a person's truest self. When I introduce myself in this manner, I do so with the intention of formality and clarity, for my story deserves to be remembered as precisely as it occurred. I am a 31-year-old woman raised in northern Minnesota, where the lakes stretch like mirrors into the horizon, and the forests stand tall with a silence that humbles even the most boastful traveler. I grew up spending nights in a canvas tent with my father, who taught me how to set a line for trout, how to gauge the weather by reading the sky, and how to treat the woods as a place of respect rather than conquest. Those lessons shaped my adult life and carried me through years of camping trips across the Midwest, and eventually into the far reaches of the Rocky Mountains. I never imagined those teachings would not only preserve me, but also leave me haunted with a story that I cannot shake. This is my account, written carefully, and it begins with a single choice that seemed harmless at the time. I left my boots outside the tent. It was an unremarkable evening in the Colorado Battery when this decision took place. I had hiked nearly 10 miles into the forest with my pack, aiming for a meadow I had marked on my map weeks before. The place looked ideal on paper: flat ground, fresh water nearby, and surrounded by aspen and spruce that would break the wind. By dusk, I had my small two-person tent pitched, my sleeping bag unrolled, and a modest fire flickering at the edge of camp. The meal was simple: dehydrated stew and tea, but after hours of trudging uphill trails, it tasted like something worthy of celebration. I let the heat seep into my tired muscles and felt a sense of accomplishment settle into me. When I finally crawled into the tent, I kicked off my boots and left them by the flap. I had done this countless times before. The reasoning was simple: boots track dirt, pine needles, and grit onto the sleeping bag, which is miserable to deal with. Besides, the night was dry, the stars glittered sharp and cold above, and there was no sign of rain. I placed them neatly side by side, the laces still tied, and zipped myself in for the night. The forest was quiet, that heavy, absorbing kind of silence that makes you believe the world is holding its breath. I drifted in and out of shallow dreams, half waking whenever the breeze rustled the tent wall. Sometime after midnight, I thought I heard faint footsteps, not mine. Not an animal's quick patter, but deliberate steps pressing into soft earth. My heart picked up, but I forced myself still. Encounters with wildlife were normal. Deer, elk, even the occasional black bear. They came close to human scent out of curiosity more than malice. I told myself that was all it was and tried to return to sleep. Morning, however, brought the truth. When I unzipped the tent and stretched into the cold dawn, the first thing I saw was my boots. They were no longer neat, no longer empty. Both were brimming with blood. Thick, dark, half-clotted blood that had seeped into the leather and turned the laces stiff. I froze in place, staring as steam rose faintly from the gore in the chill air. I knew, without touching, that it wasn't mine. My hands and feet bore no cuts, no scratches, nothing that could explain the volume pooled there. That was when I noticed the prints, circling the camp in wide. Deliberate loops were wet footprints, pressed into the dirt as if some figure had walked in the night. The prints weren't made by boots or shoes, nor were they bare human feet. They were something in between, long, narrow, with elongated toes that seemed to drag slightly at the tips. The strangest detail was how they circled. The rings grew tighter and tighter, closing in toward the tent like a predator stalking prey. The last ring stopped only a few feet from where my head had lain all night. My breath clouded in front of me. I wanted to believe it was some trick, a prank by another camper, or perhaps an animal leaving an oddly shaped track. But the prints were unmistakably intentional. They hadn't wandered through camp. They had circled it again and again, until nearly touching the nylon of my tent wall. The blood in the boots gave off a faint, coppery tang that made bile rise in my throat. I used a stick to nudge them, and the liquid sloshed thickly inside. Every instinct told me to leave immediately, to pack up and hike out. But something else, a mixture of fear and stubborn curiosity, rooted me to the spot. I needed to know if there was a source nearby, if something had been hurt, if a predator was close. I scanned the ground beyond camp, searching for a trail, for signs of struggle, for fur or feathers, anything. But the prints were the only evidence, and they led nowhere. They ended in the middle of the ring, like whatever had made them simply vanished. I forced myself to boil water, to eat breakfast, though each bite tasted like ash. My nerves thrummed with the awareness of being watched. The tree line seemed darker than usual, as though the shadows between trunks had thickened. At one point, I swore I saw movement, a pale flicker darting behind the aspens. But when I fixed my eyes, it was gone. The unease grew unbearable. I poured the boots out onto the dirt, refusing to put them on in that state. The blood soaked into the soil quickly, leaving only dark stains. I considered leaving the boots behind, but hiking out barefoot was not an option. With shaking hands, I rinsed them in the creek, scrubbing until the water ran red and then clear again. Even after, I couldn't shake the sensation that they no longer belonged to me. I left camp later than planned, the boots heavy and damp around my ankles. Each step squelched faintly, as though the blood had soaked into the seams beyond cleaning. I told myself it was only water, but the sound gnawed at my thoughts. The forest trail felt unfamiliar, though I had studied it closely the day before. Landmarks seemed shifted, as if trees had moved overnight. Hours passed, and the sky dimmed with approaching storm clouds. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and I debated whether to push forward or set up another camp. My legs ached, and the unease of the morning had worn into exhaustion. Against better judgment, I chose to stop. I found a clearing by a ridge, pitched the tent once more, and sat listening to the rising wind. As the storm rolled closer, the footprints returned. I noticed them while fetching water from the creek again. The soil was soft from the humidity, and new prints had appeared along the edge of the clearing. The same elongated shape, the same dragging toes. They were fresh. This time, though, they didn't circle. They trailed into the trees and stopped at eye level on the bark of a spruce. as if whatever made them had climbed upward. My stomach turned at the thought. That night the rain came hard. The thunder never strayed far, and flashes of lightning lit the forest in stark glimpses. I lay awake, every muscle tight, listening. Through the downpour, I swore I heard footsteps again, slower this time, more deliberate. Once or twice, the tent shivered as if brushed by a hand. At some point, exhaustion overcame me, and I slipped into uneasy dreams. I dreamed of being circled, of rings tightening until I could not move, of blood filling the ground beneath me. When I woke, gasping, the storm had passed. The world outside was washed clean, silent except for dripping branches. And yet, the boots were full again. This time I had placed them inside the tent. They sat near my pack, untouched when I closed my eyes. But now, they once more with blood that was still warm. The smell was heavier in the enclosed space, metallic and nauseating. My hands shook as I shoved them outside, gagging on the stench. It was then I realized that the prince didn't need the boots at all. They were closer now, pressed deep into the mud, right outside the tent flap. The rings had returned, smaller and tighter, spiraling inward. I did not sleep again that night. The question that pulsed in my mind was no longer where the blood came from, but why it chose my boots, why it returned no matter what I did. As the sky brightened into another pale dawn, I understood this was not an accident. I had invited something in the moment I left them outside, a gesture so simple I had never thought twice. Now I was marked. The wilderness reveals a person's true self, my father always said. But he never told me what happens when the wilderness decides it does not want to let that self go. I did not bother with breakfast the next morning. The thought of eating felt impossible when my stomach was knotted with dread. The boots sat outside the tent where I had flung them, dark and sodden, with what still looked like fresh blood. They hadn't dried overnight. The stains seemed to deepen, as though the leather itself had become a living reservoir that refused to empty. I kept my distance from them while I broke camp, every movement sharpened by an awareness that I was not alone. The prints around the tent had not faded in the rain. If anything, they seemed fresher, like they had been pressed there after the storm had passed. Each one angled toward me. I forced myself to lace the boots on anyway. Hiking barefoot in the Rockies would mean disaster, and I wasn't about to cripple myself in some symbolic act of defiance. The moment my feet slid inside, a chill spread up my ankles. Not from dampness, but from something that felt deliberate, invasive. I swallowed hard, tied the knots with shaking fingers, and shouldered my pack. I told myself that the best strategy was to keep moving. If I reached the trailhead before nightfall, I could shake this entire nightmare off and leave it behind. But the forest had other plans. By mid-morning, the trail that had been so clear the day before was nearly unrecognizable. Branches hung lower, moss-coated rocks I swore had been bare, and fallen logs blocked the path in places where none had been before. I checked my map, my compass, even my phone's GPS. The readings contradicted one another, spinning me in circles until the sense of direction I usually trusted was nothing but static. And then there were the sounds. At first, faint imitations of the forest, branches snapping where nothing moved, water dripping in patterns too rhythmic to be natural. Then came heavier noises, the unmistakable thud of feet pacing somewhere beyond sight. Once, I heard something breathe, long and steady, too close to mistake for wind. Each time I stopped, straining my ears, and each time the silence folded over the noise, like it had never happened. The boots grew heavier with every mile, though I couldn't explain how. My legs burned with the effort of lifting them, as if the soles were filling with stones. Worse still, I began to feel warmth seeping against my socks, spreading across my toes. When I finally forced myself to look, I saw the fabric damp, stained in a color too dark to be mud. I ripped the laces loose, tore them off, and found my feet soaked. Not with blisters or injuries of my own, but with blood that had no wound to explain it. Panic fluttered sharp in my chest. I wanted to rip them off, abandon them on the trail, run barefoot if I had to, but something inside me resisted, a pressure not entirely my own. My hands hesitated each time I reached for them, trembling as though commanded to leave the boots in place. I clenched my jaw and forced myself forward, praying I would stumble upon another hiker, a ranger, anyone. Instead, I stumbled into the clearing. It wasn't marked on my map, nor did it resemble any place I had read about. The trees parted to reveal a wide circle of flattened earth, bare of grass or brush, as though countless feet had trampled it down over years. In the center stood a ring of stones, each smeared with something dark that shone wet even in daylight. I realized too late that it wasn't just any clearing. It was the source. The footprints radiated out from that ring in every direction, hundreds of them layered upon one another until the soil was scarred. And among them, smaller details stood out, claw marks etched into bark, threads of torn fabric clinging to branches, and once, what looked disturbingly like a human tooth half, buried in the dirt. A dizziness washed over me. I tried to step back to turn away, but my boots carried me forward. My legs moved as if guided, dragging me toward the circle. I fought against it, muscles straining, but each step sank deeper, like the earth itself pulled me inward. My heart hammered, my breath rasped loud in my ears, and the closer I drew to that ring of stones, the colder the air became. Then the voices began. They rose from the ground like steam, overlapping whispers that seemed to curl around my ankles and slip into my chest. At first, they said nothing I understood, fragments of syllables, guttural sounds, but then they began to form words. My name, again and again, spoken in a dozen different tones, some south, some harsh, all layered until I felt surrounded by unseen mouths. Leela. I staggered to my knees, clamping my hands over my ears, but it did nothing to stop them. The boots bled freely now, dark streams running into the dirt. The smell of copper filled the clearing until I gagged on it. I begged myself to wake up, to believe this was some fever dream born of exhaustion. But every sensation told me otherwise. I forced my head up, and that was when I saw it. Across the ring of stones, just beyond the threshold, something stood. Not a person, not an animal, but a shape draped in pale skin that seemed too loose for its frame. Its limbs were long, its head tilted unnaturally to one side, and in the half light of the clearing its eyes glowed wet and dark, reflecting me like mirrors. Its feet were bare, elongated, toes dragging against the ground, leaving the same prints that had haunted me since morning. The figure did not move closer, but the air between us vibrated with a pressure that pinned me in place. My throat closed as if unseen hands squeezed it. The whispers climbed to a fever pitch, drowning out thought. My boots pulsed against my feet, each throb timed to the creature. Stare as though they were connected by some vein that stretched through the earth itself. I don't remember how long I knelt there. Minutes, hours. It blurred together until the clouds broke overhead and a shaft of sunlight pierced the clearing. For an instant, the figure flickered, like smoke caught in wind. The voices faltered, the pressure eased, and in that fragile gap I threw myself backward. I don't know how I ran, only that I did. I tore through the forest, branches whipping my face, roots clawing at my shins. I didn't care where I went as long as it was away. The boots felt like anchors, but terror lent me speed, and I didn't stop until my chest burned and my vision swam with black spots. When I finally collapsed against a fallen log, gasping, the forest seemed still again. No voices, no figure, only the sound of my ragged breath. I peeled the boots off with desperate fingers and hurled them into the underbrush. They landed with a wet slap, vanishing into ferns. Relief poured through me, hot and shaky. My socks were soaked, but at least my feet were free. But the relief did not last. When I looked up, the prints were there again, fresh wet circling where I sat. And though I had discarded the boots, the sound of their heavy tread echoed in my ears, closer with every beat of my heart. Darkness began to fall. I had no tent pitched, no fire built, no bearings left on my map. All I knew was that I had entered something's territory, and it had no intention of letting me leave untouched. That night I climbed a tree. It was a desperate, childish idea, but I could not bring myself to sleep on the ground with those prints appearing so close. I lashed myself to a sturdy branch with paracord, my body trembling as the forest settled into silence below. Hours passed in aching discomfort. My eyelids sagged, my limbs went numb. But each time I drifted near sleep, a sound yanked me back. Sometimes the dragging steps on soil, sometimes the hiss of breath at the base of the trunk. Once, a long, wet smear up the bark, as though a bloodied hand had stroked it. When dawn finally bled through the trees, I unbound myself with stiff fingers. My neck screamed from the awkward angle, and my tongue felt thick with thirst. But worse than any of that was the sight below my boots, placed neatly at the base of the tree, side by side, filled to the brim once more. I hadn't carried them there. I hadn't touched them since throwing them into the ferns. The rings of prints encircled the trunk, tighter than ever. I knew then that this was no mistake. The boots had become a tether, and no matter what I did, something would always return them to me. I had crossed a line, one I hadn't even seen, when I left them outside that first night. And the forest, or whatever lives deeper within it, had claimed me for it. The wilderness reveals a person's truest self. But now, as I stared down at the waiting boots, I understood a darker truth. Sometimes the wilderness does not care who you are at all. It only cares that you are here, and that you have given it a way in. I stayed in that tree until the sun was fully up, clinging to the rough bark, as though daylight itself could shield me. The boots sat patiently at the base, side by side, their dark contents catching glimmers of morning light. They looked almost ceremonial, like offerings set out on purpose. For a long time, I couldn't bring myself to move. My throat was raw, my body aching. But fear held me motionless. Every instinct said the moment I climbed down, I would cross another invisible line. But I couldn't live in a tree. My descent was clumsy, hands scraped, knees shaking. When my feet hit the dirt, the world seemed to hold its breath. I bent, slowly, and touched the boots. The leather was wet, spongy under my fingers, and my stomach turned. Yet the thought of leaving them, behind filled me with dread deeper than disgust. They had been returned for a reason. I no longer believed I had a choice. I put them on. The cold struck instantly, sharper than before, lancing up my calves. My vision blurred at the edges, and for a moment I thought I might black out. But then the forest steadied around me. The pressure of the boots was suffocating. I could walk. More than that, I could feel something tugging at me. A pull through the trees. Subtle but insistent. I followed it, half in terror, half in surrender. Hours passed in a haze. My compass spun, my map became meaningless. Yet I knew exactly where to go. The pull guided me like a current, leading me deeper into the back country than I had ever intended to go. The land grew stranger the further I walked. Trees leaned inward as though conferring secrets, their trunks twisted, their bark scarred with those same dragging footprints. Patches of earth sagged under my steps, bleeding water though no stream was near. By late afternoon, I reached another clearing. Larger this time and older. The stones at its center were stacked into crude pillars, each one streaked with dried brown stains. Bones littered the ground, deer, elk, something larger I didn't want to name. And among them, scraps of fabric fluttered in the breeze. Pieces of shirts, shoelaces, even what looked like a corner of a tent fly. The whispers rose again. Not around me this time, but inside me. The boots tightened, squeezing until my toes throbbed. Words slipped through the static, clearer now. Stay. Kneel. I staggered forward, each step less my own. The air stank of rot and copper. In the center of the clearing, a depression in the soil gaped like a wound. It was a pit, shallow but wide, filled with brackish water that shimmered darkly. Ripples moved across its surface, though no wind touched it. The pull became unbearable. I fell to my knees at the pit's edge, my reflection swimming up to meet me. At first, it was just me, my pale, dirt-streaked face, my eyes wide with terror. Then the reflection changed. The skin sagged, the mouth stretched too wide, and the eyes darkened into endless pits. The reflection smiled, though I did not. I tore my gaze away, clutching the ground until dirt filled my nails. I wanted to scream, to run, but the boots rooted me in place. The whispers grew into a chant, voices layering until they vibrated in my chest. I felt my heartbeat falter, slowing to match their rhythm. And then the figure stepped from the tree line. It was the same shape I had glimpsed before. Long limbs, loose skin, dragging feet. But now I could see more. Its body was covered in gashes, leaking steadily as though it bled without end. The blood did not pool at its feet. It vanished into the earth, feeding it. Its eyes fixed on me, black and unblinking. It raised a hand, long-fingered and slick, and pointed at the pit. The meaning was clear. My body leaned forward against my will. My hands inched toward the water. The reflection grinned wider, teeth too sharp, too many. The whispers pressed in. Some fragment of myself fought back. My father's voice rose in memory. Firm, steady, telling me the woods demanded respect, but never demanded surrender. With a scream that tore my throat raw, I ripped the boots off. I hurled them into the pit with all the strength left in me. The clearing erupted. The ground shook, trees shuddering like struck by unseen wind. The pit frothed violently, dark water splashing onto my hands, burning cold as ice. The figure shrieked, a sound so piercing I thought my skull would split. It staggered, its limbs twisting, its form collapsing inward like smoke consumed by fire. And then, silence. The boots sank beneath the surface of the pit, swallowed whole. The water stilled, smooth as glass. The figure was gone. I collapsed onto the ground, shaking uncontrollably. My feet throbbed raw against the dirt, bleeding from countless small cuts. The forest seemed to breathe again, the pressure lifting at last. For the first time in days, I felt truly alone. I don't remember how I found my way out. The next hours are a blur of stumbling steps, clinging to trees, following faint traces of trail that might have been real or imagined. Eventually, the forest thinned, and I stumbled into the gravel of a service road. A ranger truck passed within the hour, and they found me curled on the shoulder, barely coherent. I told them I got lost. I told them I had panicked, thrown away my boots, and cut up my feet on rocks. I told them nothing of pits or figures or whispers. They nodded, their faces calm, but I saw the flicker in their eyes. The recognition, the subtle lack of surprise. They gave me water, patched my feet, drove me back to the trailhead. By then, the story was fixed in my mouth. A hiker lost, shaken but alive. Nothing more, but I know better. Nights since, I dream of the boots. In the dream, they sit neatly beside my bed, filled to the brim. The footprints circle tighter each time, until they press right against my mattress. I wake with the smell of copper in my nose and the taste of dirt on my tongue. I do not camp anymore. I do not even walk the woods near home. Yet some mornings, when I leave my shoes by the door, I hesitate. I check them twice. I make sure they are empty, because deep down, I know the boots are not gone. They are waiting somewhere in the dark earth of that clearing. And one day, when the wilderness decides I owe it again, they will find their way back to me. The wilderness reveals a person's truest self. I thought that meant strength, patience, resilience. But now I understand. The truest self is fragile. The truest self is prey. And when the wilderness chooses you, there is no leaving it behind. My name is Orion Blake, and I have long been drawn to landscapes most people would call inhospitable. The thought of sleeping where others would never consider, pitching a tent, has always appealed to me, as if the remoteness itself would strip life down to its bare bones and let me glimpse something raw and unfiltered. I am 30, 2 years old. A freelance geologist by profession, though I have never allowed my work to dictate where my curiosity takes me. The strange irony of my life is that the more barren the place looks on a map, the more likely I am to mark it with a circle and begin planning a trip there. This was the mindset that led me to camp alone in a lava field, an act that even I admitted was reckless once. I had actually set foot on the brittle terrain and realized how mercilessly sharp the rock was beneath my boots. The lava field stretched out in jagged waves of black stone, frozen in time like an ocean storm captured mid-motion. Pillars rose at odd intervals, where molten rock had once bubbled and hardened. There was a faint scent of minerals, a dryness in the air that clung to the nostrils, and silence so pure it seemed to hum against my eardrums. I chose my campsite with more practicality than romance, settling in a hollowed area where the lava had cooled into a natural bowl, providing some protection against the wind. The ground was uneven, but I laid a thick pad beneath my tent, telling myself that discomfort was a small price for solitude. I had camped in deserts, snowfields, swamps, and tundra. But the lava field felt different, as though it held something tightly sealed beneath its skin, waiting for the wrong touch to stir it. By late afternoon, the sky burned with copper light. The horizon shimmered in heat waves, though I knew the lava had cooled centuries ago. My instruments recorded nothing alarming, only dry air and fading warmth from the sun. Still, I noticed how the rocks themselves seemed to exhale faint warmth even after dusk. I boiled water over my camp stove, made a simple meal, and scribbled notes in my journal about the composition of the rock around me. It was an old habit, one I relied on to give my trips structure. When you are alone in a place where no one can hear you, writing feels like anchoring yourself to the world. Darkness came quickly, the kind of swift transition only barren landscapes know, where no forest canopy or human light delays the night. Stars pricked the heavens with merciless clarity, thousands more than I could ever see from a town or even a mountain valley. I remember lying back against the cooling rock, my hands folded behind my head, and thinking how ancient the sky looked above such a scarred earth. The silence should have been peaceful. Instead, it grew thick, like the world was holding its breath. I told myself it was only because there was no wind, no trees, no insects to fill the air with background sound. But the quiet pressed too close, like an extra layer against my skin. I turned into the tent just past 9, zipping the door carefully to keep in whatever small sense of safety fabric can offer. The floor beneath me radiated heat, subtle but steady, like coals that refused to die. I drifted in and out of sleep, stirring often as though my body could not quite surrender to rest. Each time I rolled over, I swore the air felt thicker, as though I were breathing inside someone else's lungs. My dreams blurred with waking impressions. The sound of stones shifting, faint vibrations under my mat, the feeling of warmth pulsing upward in time, with a heartbeat not my own. At some point I realized my palms were damp with sweat, though the night air above me was cool. Sometime after midnight, I sat upright, startled by a sound I could not immediately name. It was not the cry of any animal, nor the whistle of wind, for there was none. It was softer, almost like air rushing through narrow cracks, and yet it carried a tone that was unmistakably human. It took me several seconds to understand. It was breathing, not mine. A deep, drawn-out exhale that seemed to seep through the rock. I told myself the heat was escaping in pockets. That trapped air was releasing from vents deep underground. The rational explanation steadied me enough to unzip the tent and peer out into the black field. My headlamp beam struck rough rock and nothing else, jagged surfaces casting broken shadows that swayed when I moved the light. Nothing stirred. Nothing moved. And yet the sound did not stop. When I stepped barefoot onto the rock, I nearly yelped. The surface was warm, not in patches but across the entire area around my tent. Each step felt as though I were walking across a chest rising and falling. I crouched, pressed my palm flat, and nearly jerked it away. Heat pulsed in uneven intervals, like breaths drawn slow and forced. My rational mind fought to keep hold, telling me the day's heat was only now releasing from below, trapped in porous stone. But then I saw it. The shape formed not far from where I crouched, a distortion beneath the surface. At first I thought it was a trick of the headlamp beam, a ripple of shadow over rough rock. But the outline grew clear, the vague suggestion of shoulders, a head, arms folded over the chest. The impression of a human figure, pressed from underneath the rock, like someone straining upward against thin ice. The mouth opened and closed soundlessly, forming words I could not recognize. My chest locked as though my own breath had been stolen. I blinked hard, lifted the light, and when I shone it again, the shape remained. Then, as if in answer. Another figure swelled into view several feet away, and another. Soon I was surrounded by faint silhouettes, pressing upward through the black surface, each one mouthing silent prayers in a language I had never heard. I stumbled back into the tent, slamming the zipper shut, though I knew the barrier was useless. I sat rigid, listening as the sounds grew louder. Not quite voices, but not quite natural either. A chorus of breaths in perfect unison rose from the ground, slow, patient, and relentless. I clutched the flashlight in both hands, its beam trembling across the fabric wall. The shapes moved closer, their outlines rippling against the tent floor as though they shifted beneath me. My own breath turned ragged, loud in my ears, and I bit my lip to keep from making any sound. A terrible thought struck me then. Absurd but impossible to shake. They were not trying to escape. They were trying to teach me their prayers, pressing their mouths to the surface, repeating words over and over until I might understand. The heat intensified, beads of sweat rolling down my neck, my shirt clinging to my skin though. The night outside was cool. I tried to recite anything familiar, snatches of songs, lines of poetry. The multiplication tables I had memorized as a child, but my voice broke in the heavy air. The foreign syllables wormed into my ears, insistent, rhythmic, growing clearer each time. I pressed my palms hard over my ears until they ached, rocking back and forth on the mat like a child, trying to block out a nightmare. The sound did not dim. It resonated through the bones of the earth itself, through my teeth, through the pulse in my skull. Hours passed, or maybe only minutes. Time was impossible to measure. Eventually, exhaustion pulled at my muscles, and I slumped sideways despite the heat. The voices, or breaths, or prayers, faded into the backdrop of half-dreams. When I woke again, dawn had smeared the horizon in pale gray. My skin felt parched, my throat raw as though I had spoken aloud all night, though I remembered saying nothing. The tent was dry, my pad hot to the touch. And when I crawled outside the lava field, stretched in ordinary silence once more, no figures pressed beneath the surface. No sound but the crackle of gravel beneath my boots. I told myself I had dreamed it all, that my mind had conjured voices out of the breath of stone. But when I looked down, I saw something carved faintly into the rock, just outside the tent. 3 shallow grooves forming a curve, as though a mouth had pressed lips against the stone hard enough to leave a mark. The mark outside my tent stayed in my vision long after I packed my things, a faint impression like a bruise on the rock. I bent to touch it, half expecting the grooves to be shallow scratches, the kind made by shifting gear or careless boot heels. But the curve was smooth, almost organic. And when I pressed my fingertips against it, I felt no fracture lines, no accidental chips. It was deliberate in shape, shallow but undeniable. My mind played tricks as I stared, whispering the suggestion that it was not carved but imprinted, pressed into the surface the way wet clay yields to touch. Yet the lava here had cooled centuries ago. No hand could have left its print. Still, the evidence stared back at me. I considered breaking camp immediately. A man with sense would have packed his bag, shouldered it, and marched back to the rim of the field before the sun rose higher. But sense has never been the ruler of my decisions. I had come to the lava field, precisely because it felt forbidden, because most hikers and campers gave it a wide berth. What kind of geologist turns away from proof that something inexplicable lingers beneath rock, that should be nothing but rock? My rational mind screamed that I should leave, My curiosity argued louder. I spent the day wandering carefully across the jagged terrain, marking each step with deliberate caution. The sun turned the black stone into a furnace, radiating heat upward until it shimmered in visible waves. Every surface cut at my boots like blades, and the silence pressed heavy once more. I carried only a light pack, water, and a notebook. By late morning, I found myself drawn toward a fissure in the rock, a narrow trench about 6 feet deep, where the lava had cracked as it cooled. I climbed down, the stone rasping my palms, and crouched in the shade. Here the air was still hot, but less oppressive than on the surface. The walls of the trench curved in strange patterns, melted folds that looked too much like faces caught mid-scream. I forced myself to laugh, a weak sound, telling myself it was a coincidence. But the folds did not release me from their gaze. When I lifted my water bottle to drink, the surface rippled before the liquid even touched my lips. At first I thought my hand shook, but the motion was too steady. Rings expanded outward, as though something had exhaled into the bottle itself. I capped it tightly, shoved it back into my pack, and scrambled out of the fissure. From that moment, every rock face seemed to breathe. Not visibly, not in ways I could prove, but in rhythm with the phantom exhalations I had heard the night before. My chest rose and fell in time, with the lava field's hidden lungs, as though the ground dictated my breath. I tried walking faster to outpace the rhythm. It quickened with me. I slowed, and it slowed. I began to feel not that I was breathing with the field, but that it was breathing with me. By late afternoon, I was dizzy, my head throbbing, my shirt plastered to my back. I returned to camp, telling myself I needed food and rest, that the strain of the day had made me imagine things. I sat on the rough stone, cooking noodles over the stove. The sound of the water boiling was the first real noise I had heard in hours, and I clung to it greedily. Steam rose, twisting, and for a moment it looked like the outline of a human face hovering above the pot. My hands trembled so violently, I nearly spilled the meal across the rocks. I laughed again, desperate, because if I did not laugh I might scream. When I forced down the noodles, each mouthful felt as though it carried heat from beneath the earth, scalding not my tongue, but my throat, spreading warmth into my chest that did not fade. As the sun set, painting the horizon with molten streaks of red and orange, I prepared myself for the night. I checked the ground carefully around my tent, half expecting to find more impressions. There were none, but the memory of the morning's mark weighed on me. I crawled inside, zipped the door, and lay staring at the nylon ceiling until darkness overtook the field. For a while, nothing happened. The air was stifling, but still. My heart slowed, my body heavy with exhaustion. I might have drifted into shallow sleep when it began. The first sound was softer than before, a faint exhalation beneath my back, as if I lay upon a colossal chest. Then came the whispers, low and persistent, threading upward through the rock like steam escaping cracks. They formed no words I knew, yet the cadence held meaning. A rhythm of supplication, of entreaty. I pressed my palms over my ears again, but the voices seeped into bone, bypassing flesh. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the shapes appeared behind my lids, mouths moving, lips forming syllables over and over. When I opened my eyes, the floor of the tent rippled. Dark silhouettes pressed upward, arms outstretched, faces contorted in eternal prayer. They crowded beneath me, closer than the night before, their mouths brushing the thin barrier of the tent fabric, distorting it inward like fingers pressing from outside. I tried to shout, to command them to stop, but the air in my throat caught. My words strangled, reshaped themselves into unfamiliar syllables. My voice was not mine. I covered my mouth, horrified at the sound spilling from it, guttural and rhythmic like the voices beneath me. My own body betrayed me, repeating their cadence, their alien prayers. Each phrase slid from my lips as if carved into me. My chest heaved, sweat pouring, my mind clawing for control. And through the terror came a stranger sensation, a pull, not of flesh but of spirit, as though the field itself sought to draw me downward. Not to crush me, but to join me. They did not want to harm me. They wanted me among them. The tent floor grew blistering, heat pulsing in waves. I scrambled for the zipper, tearing it open, stumbling into the open night. The stars blazed cruelly above, but the ground shone faintly red in patches, glowing like embers just beneath the surface. Figures swelled all around me, pressing upward through rock that should not move. Their forms twisted and wavered, indistinct yet undeniably human. Mouths gaped, and the sound of prayers rolled across the field in unison, a chorus so vast it seemed to shake the stars. I fell to my knees, hands clamped over my ears, and still the words echoed inside me, commanding me to repeat them. I tried to run, but each step landed heavy, the ground sucking at my boots like tar. I staggered only a few paces before falling again, gasping, the taste of ash thick on my tongue. Then silence. Not the silence of before, but absolute, suffocating. The figures sank back into the rock as though never there. The glowing patches dimmed. The ground cooled against my palms. I panted, trembling, staring at empty stone under the indifferent stars. My voice echoed once as I muttered my own name, desperate to remember it. Orion Blake. Orion Blake. The syllables felt foreign, as though they no longer belonged to me. I crawled back into the tent before dawn, my body shaking with exhaustion. When I finally slept, I dreamed of lips pressed against stone, whispering in languages older than fire, older than rock itself. I awoke to gray morning. Parched and hollow, my journal lying open beside me, though I had no memory of writing in it. The page bore a string of words I did not recognize. Lines of looping script I could never have formed on my own. Yet the handwriting was undeniably mine. The words on the page stared back at me, with an intimacy that made my stomach twist. The letters curved in ways I had never been taught, fluid strokes resembling script from another era, yet my own distinctive slant threaded through them. I whispered each sound aloud, clumsy on my tongue, and the syllables vibrated the air as though the field itself paused to listen. I slammed the journal shut, shoving it deep into my pack, as if hiding it would undo what had been written. But the echo of the sounds lingered in my throat, as though they had become part of me, embedded like splinters under skin. I told myself I would leave. I said it out loud to prove I meant it. I'm leaving today. My voice cracked, too thin, but the act of saying it steadied me. I tore down the tent with shaking hands, packed my stove, rolled my mat, all the motions of departure. Yet each time I lifted my head, the horizon wavered in heat. Distances stretched unnaturally. What had been a visible ridge the day before now looked impossibly far, as though the lava field had grown in the night, extending itself to hold me. I muttered my name again and again, Orion Blake, like a tether. The sound grew hoarse in my throat, less convincing each time. By mid-morning I began walking, my pack heavy, my water already too warm to soothe. The rock shifted subtly underfoot, not enough to topple me, but enough that each step landed uneven. I paused often, blinking sweat from my eyes, convinced that faint outlines followed beneath the surface. A face here, an arm there. Features pressing upward only to sink when I looked directly at them. The silence should have been absolute, but I could no longer call it silence. A low thrum vibrated constantly, so faint that at first I thought it was my heartbeat. But it outpaced me, quickening when I slowed, pausing when I stopped. It was the field's pulse, and it matched me, or I matched it. The fissure I had visited yesterday appeared again on my left, though I had not walked in that direction. The melted folds of stone stared like familiar faces. Waiting, I turned away, but when I crested a rise, the fissure yawned again before me, unchanged in depth, the same shadows curling in its belly. My chest tightened. I had not turned in circles, yet the path bent me back. I forced myself onward, jaw clenched, eyes on a distant ridge. The land warped against my will. An hour later, the fissure lay ahead once more, grinning wide. I collapsed on the rock, chest heaving, the heat radiating upward in merciless waves. My water bottle felt hot enough to burn when I uncapped it. I forced a swallow and gagged. The liquid tasted metallic, sulfurous, as though it had steeped in ash. I spat it out, lips blistering, and hurled the bottle into the fissure. It clattered against stone, then fell silent. But the silence broke with a soft exhale rising from the trench, like a sigh of satisfaction. I staggered to my feet, backing away until the soles of my boots skidded against rough stone. The sky had clouded by afternoon, though no storm gathered. The light dimmed unnaturally, muting the sharpness of the lava field into a dull bruise of grays. I stumbled back toward camp, or what I thought was camp. But when I reached the hollow where my tent had stood, it was empty. No flattened grass, no scraped rock, no sign I had ever been there. My pack dug into my shoulders with the weight of the journal inside, and dread curdled my stomach. I unzipped the outer pocket, pulled the book free. Its pages had multiplied. Where yesterday I had filled perhaps 20 leaves, now hundreds fluttered beneath my fingers, each scrawled with the same looping script. Every page bore my handwriting, and every line repeated the same prayer, over and over, in letters etched darker and deeper until the pen marks nearly cut the paper. The air thickened as I stared, pressing hot against my face like the exhalation of a furnace. A sound rose around me, not one voice, but thousands, chanting in unison. I clutched the journal, hands slick with sweat, and shouted my name again. Orion Blake. The voices faltered, only for a moment, as if startled. I shouted louder, until my throat bled with the strain. For one breath of time, I was myself again. But then the voices surged back, louder, insistent, drowning me in syllables that were no longer foreign. I understood them now. They begged not for escape, not for mercy, but for remembrance. They called me to witness. They demanded I speak with them, add my voice to theirs, complete the circle. Shapes swelled from the rock in every direction, dozens at once, their mouths open wide, their eyes shut as if in endless prayer. They reached toward me, not with arms of flesh but with impressions in stone, rising and falling like waves. The chorus roared inside my skull. I dropped the journal and clapped my hands over my ears, sinking to my knees. But the words poured through bone and marrow. My lips moved. I tried to stop them. I bit down until blood filled my mouth. But still the prayers spilled out, voice raw and cracked, joining theirs without consent. The heat pulsed harder. blinding light seeping from beneath the surface, as though the lava had never cooled at all. I do not know how long I remained there, kneeling among their voices. The sky dimmed further, stars prickling faintly though the sun had not yet set. My body trembled with exhaustion, but the words poured unbroken, a river through me. When I finally wrenched myself into silence, pressing both bloodied palms against my mouth, the chorus faltered again. Silence returned sudden and complete. The shapes sank back into stone, leaving only pitted rock. My body sagged forward, and for a long while I lay unmoving, cheek pressed against the hot surface. When I found the strength to rise, the journal was gone. In its place, 3 shallow grooves curved into the rock, the same mouth shape I had seen that first morning. Only now there were dozens, circling where I knelt, each imprint forming an open mouth. I staggered backward, boots catching on sharp edges, until I collapsed once more against the uneven ground. My name felt far away, fragile. I repeated it anyway, whispering hoarsely until the syllables lost meaning. Orion Blake. Orion Blake. Who was Orion Blake? The name sounded like someone else's prayer. By nightfall, the lava field glowed faintly red again, breath rising in hot gusts around me. I knew I should keep walking, force myself beyond the horizon, no matter how the land twisted. But my legs no longer obeyed. My throat burned raw, words scraping upward unbidden. The prayers came softly at first, then louder, until I no longer tried to resist. I spoke them with the rhythm of the field itself, every syllable falling in time with its pulse. When I opened my eyes, shapes pressed upward in rings around me, countless faces mouthing the same words. I did not shrink away this time. I raised my voice louder until it carried above theirs. They accepted me then. The heat embraced me like breath. The stone beneath me softened, not breaking, but yielding. My body sank inches in the surface, as though it had always been meant to rest there. The stars wheeled above, sharp and endless. My vision blurred, but I kept praying, louder, stronger, until the words became the only truth I knew. The ground exhaled with me, in perfect rhythm, our voices braided together. My name drifted away like ash and wind. I was no longer apart from the field. I was within it, pressed beneath the surface, mouthing the prayers of those who came before, adding my voice to the endless chorus that would call the next wanderer, and the next, until the lava field was complete. My name is Tessa Vaughan, and I have always believed that there is a certain honesty to the wilderness, a kind of truth that cannot be bent or softened. The forest does not pretend to care for you, but neither does it waste its time deceiving you. If you are prepared, you survive. If you are careless, you do not. That was how I thought of camping, at least. Before the night, I followed a song into a cave and found something waiting for me that broke every idea I had about reality. I was 26 that summer, and my closest friends had managed to align our schedules for a long-awaited trip. There were 5 of us in total. Marcus, who I had known since college, Alina. His girlfriend, Cameron, who had the kind of easy humor that filled silences without effort. And Josie, my roommate, who had insisted she needed to breathe air that wasn't touched by city fumes before she lost her mind. We chose a site 2 hours' drive from town, near the edge of a ridge where trails spidered down into valleys and up into crags. The place was unmarked on most maps, recommended instead by a colleague of Marcus who swore the ground was flat, the water clean, and the nights quiet. It was the nights quiet part that turned out to be wrong. We arrived by late afternoon, the air warm but already dimming between ridges. We set up our tents in a half circle around the fire pit, the nylon walls catching flashes of light as the sun dropped behind the tree line. Beyond the trees, a cave mouth gaped dark and round like a forgotten well. At first, I hardly noticed it, just a shadow in a wall of stone. But Cameron pointed it out while we were unpacking. "Cave there," he said, tossing down his sleeping bag. "Bet it stays cool in the heat." Marcus frowned, at the way he frowned at new dogs on the street, cautious and unwilling to assume friendliness. "Looks shallow, or it goes on forever," Josie added, eyes narrowing in fascination. We all laughed at that. People say things about caves like they say things about the sea. It's either nothing or endless, shallow puddle or unmarked abyss. Nobody suggested exploring right then. We had food to cook and tents to stake. By the time dinner was finished, simple pasta and beans boiled over the fire. Dark had spread full across the camp. The cave vanished into the night, the opening invisible, as if the forest had drawn its curtains tight. That first night should have been ordinary. We told stories, passed around a flask, teased each other the way people do, when the fire and shadows make them braver than they are. I remember thinking how safe it felt, how the circle of us around the flames could almost be mistaken for home. Eventually, one by one, we gave in to sleep. I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and sank into that light half. Sleep where you hear every rustle but don't mind it. It was sometime after midnight when I heard the singing. At first, I thought it was a dream. A woman's voice, low and even, carrying a melody without words. It didn't rise or fall much, just flowed, like water slipping over stone. When I opened my eyes, the sound was still there, hovering faintly beyond the walls of my tent. I froze, every nerve on edge. Who would sing out here, at this hour, in the dark? For a moment I listened, hoping it was just Josie playing a prank. But Josie couldn't sing to save her life. And this voice was steady, lilting, almost hypnotic. The longer it went on, the less it seemed to come from any one direction. It filled the air in a way I can only describe as wrong. I unzipped my tent partway and peered out. The fire had burned low, leaving only an orange glow on the pit stones. All four of my friends' tents were zipped shut, still and quiet. My heart hammered as I slipped on my headlamp and crept into the night. The singing grew clearer the further I stepped from camp. I wasn't the only one awake. Marcus crawled out of his tent, rubbing his eyes. "You hear that?" he whispered. Before I could answer, Alina emerged too, looking pale. Cameron followed, then Josie. We all stood there in a cluster, the five of us staring into the dark as the song poured over us. "It's coming from the cave," Josie said. She was right. The longer I listened, the more it seemed to funnel straight from that gaping black mouth in the rock. We exchanged looks, half curious, half afraid. Every sensible instinct in me said to ignore it, go back to sleep, let the forest keep its secrets. But curiosity has its claws, and the five of us were not immune. Headlamps clicked on, one by one, cutting pale beams across trunks and underbrush. Without much discussion, we moved toward the cave. The closer we got, the colder the air grew, though the night was warm. The trees seemed to thin, leaning back from the stone face as if refusing to block it. When we reached the mouth, I could see our beams catch on wet rock inside, glinting like teeth. The singing swelled, close enough now that it felt as though the sound pressed against our skin. "Hello," Marcus called, his voice sharp and small against the song. The singing didn't falter. We hesitated, then stepped inside. The stone swallowed our footsteps, amplifying every shuffle. Water dripped somewhere in the dark, punctuating the tune. We followed the sound deeper, our lamps bouncing off the rough walls. The tunnel twisted and dipped. I lost track of how far we'd gone. 50 feet, 100. The song seemed always just ahead. Never closer, never farther. My throat tightened with unease, but turning back felt harder than going forward. None of us spoke. We only walked. Then, suddenly, the passage widened into a cavern, and there it was, our campsite. The same 5 tents stood in a half circle, the fire pit glowing with faint embers. I froze, my stomach lurching. For a moment, I thought we had somehow looped back. But then I saw the impossible detail. The tents were zipped, and through the nylon fabric I could see the shapes of our bodies inside them, still and curled in sleep. Every hair on my arms lifted. The singing cut off in an instant, leaving only our shallow breaths and the echo of dripping water. "What the hell?" Cameron whispered. Nobody answered. I stepped closer, drawn despite myself. My lamp fell across the tent I knew was mine. Inside, I saw myself lying there, face slack with sleep, hand curled near my chin. My own chest rose and fell, oblivious. I stumbled backward, bile rising in my throat. "This isn't funny," Marcus muttered, but his voice shook. He swung his beam wildly across the cavern, searching for a trick, for wires, for some logical scaffolding to hold the madness upright. But there was nothing except stone, tents, and our doubles. The silence pressed in, heavy as the rock above us. Then something shifted. Not the copies, not yet, but the air itself. It trembled, like the cave was breathing, like the stone had lungs. The embers in the fire pit flared a dull red, though no wood remained to feed them. "Back," Alina hissed, gripping Marcus's arm. "We need to go back." But where was back now? As if answering her, the shapes in the tent stirred. One by one, their chests heaved, heads turning slowly in our direction. The nylon rustled as though they might unzip the doors at any moment. Panic cracked through me. My legs jolted into motion, and I wasn't the only one. We turned and ran, our headlamps streaking against wet walls, the cavern echoing with our gasps. The tunnel seemed to stretch longer than before, bends sharper, shadows thicker. The singing returned behind us, louder now, frantic, like it wanted us to stay. I don't know how long we ran before the forest air hit my face again. When we finally burst from the cave mouth, the night seemed impossibly wide and clean. We didn't stop running until the glow of our actual fire appeared between the trees. Our tents waited, exactly as we had left them, zipped, quiet, no doubles inside. We collapsed in the dirt, chests heaving, unable to look at each other. The fire snapped softly, as though none of it had happened. But I know it did. And the cave was still there, black and waiting. We didn't sleep much after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my own body lying slack in that other tent, chest rising with some counterfeit breath. Every time I drifted near sleep, the memory of the singing swelled back, threaded through with the sound of nylon rustling. Marcus kept the fire alive until dawn, feeding it with every scrap of wood he could drag from the tree line. His face was haggard in the flicker, eyes fixed toward the cave as if daring it to spit the song back at us. Alina stayed pressed close to him, whispering sometimes, though I could never catch the words. Cameron tried jokes, half, soft-hearted ones that fell flat against the weight of what we'd seen. Josie didn't talk at all. She sat with her knees hugged to her chest, staring into the flames, like she could burn the images out of her head. When the gray of morning finally came, we all looked like we'd been dragged through a storm. None of us said we should leave outright, but it hung in the air, thick as smoke. Our gear was still packed neatly, as if waiting to be carried back to the car. Yet there was something paralyzing about the idea of walking away, as though the cave had marked us and wouldn't let us go without a fight. Maybe it was just... Cameron started, then trailed off. His voice cracked into a laugh that didn't sound real. Some kind of, I don't know. A trick of the light, shared dream. Don't. Josie cut in, her voice raw. Don't call it a dream. I saw myself. Dreams don't unzip tents. Silence fell again. I couldn't stop myself from glancing toward the tree line. In daylight, the cave mouth was visible again, dark and patient. The forest around it looked normal. Sunlight dappled leaves. Birds flickered from branch to branch. Insects hummed. Ordinary life continued as if nothing had happened. But the memory of that song had burrowed into me, like a splinter. I could almost feel it if I held still, a vibration deep in my bones. We should go, Alina whispered finally. We should just pack and go. Marcus nodded slowly. Yeah, before night. We moved with a kind of frantic purpose after that, folding tents, stuffing bags, stomping down the fire. My hands shook as I rolled my sleeping pad, clumsy as though I'd forgotten how camping worked. None of us laughed or teased or spoke much at all. By mid-morning we had everything strapped down, and the site looked empty, like we'd never been there. That was when we heard it again. Not singing this time, humming. Low and steady, drifting from the trees. The same melody, but softer, more intimate, like someone humming a lullaby to a child. My stomach dropped. The sound was faint, but close enough that I couldn't tell if it came from the cave or the air itself. We don't stop, Marcus said firmly. We don't look. We walked to the car. Now, so we walked. Packs heavy, boots crunching the dirt trail, hearts hammering louder than our footsteps. Every bend of the path seemed longer than it should be, as though the trail had stretched overnight. The humming followed us, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but never fading completely. Cameron muttered under his breath, like he was trying to drown it out. Josie flinched at every rustle in the brush. I kept my eyes locked on the dirt at my feet, refusing to glance toward the tree line. An hour passed. Then two. The humming did not leave us. By the third hour, when the sun had climbed high, I started to feel something worse than fear. I started to feel tired. Bone deep, soul deep tired, like I'd been awake for days. The humming pressed against my skull in waves, each note dragging me lower. I saw Marcus stumble once, then again. Alina kept shaking her head sharply, as though forcing herself awake. It wasn't just noise. It was working on us. We have to stop. Josie gasped suddenly. Her legs buckled, and she dropped her pack in the dirt. I can't walk like this. No, Marcus snapped, though his own steps wavered. No stopping. But when I turned back, I saw Cameron already slumped against a tree, his head drooping forward. His lips moved faintly, as though he were humming along. Panic flared. I rushed to him, shaking his shoulders. Cam, wake up. Don't listen. His eyes fluttered, unfocused. For a second, he looked past me, into the trees. Then he smiled faintly, like a child recognizing a lullaby. The humming swelled. I don't know what came over me, but I slapped him hard across the face. The sound cracked in the still forest. Cameron jolted, eyes snapping open. His hand flew to his cheek. "Don't listen," I hissed. "Don't you hear it?" He blinked, then shuddered violently, pressing his hands over his ears. "God. Yeah, Christ, thanks." Alina pulled Josie upright, dragging her forward despite protests. Marcus shoved his pack higher on his shoulders, jaw clenched. We'll keep moving. And we did. Somehow. Step after step. Like pulling ourselves through a current. My legs felt carved from stone, each one heavier than the last. The humming never faltered. It threaded through branches, wove itself into birdsong, slithered beneath our skin. By the time the car lot came into view, I was crying without realizing it. Tears slid down my face, raw from the effort of resisting the song. But the car was there, blessedly solid, sun flashing off its windows. We nearly ran the last stretch. Marcus yanked the doors open. We piled inside without grace, packs thudding against seats, breath ragged. He turned the key. The engine roared, and the sound felt like salvation. The humming stopped, all at once. The silence hit harder than the sound had. We didn't speak for the first miles. The road wound down the ridge, gravel spitting under the tires. Trees blurred past, sunlight slashing through in strips. Every curve felt like an escape, though my chest stayed tight, waiting for the song to creep back. Only when the highway opened did Marcus finally breathe out. "We're not going back there." Ev agreed. No one argued. But silence didn't mean peace. That night, in the safety of my own bed, the memory of the cave returned with perfect clarity. The tents, the bodies inside them, my own sleeping face, and somewhere in the dark, as I lay trembling under my sheets, I thought I heard it again. Not outside, not far, but close. Inside me almost. My breath hitched, and for one sickening moment, the rhythm of my breathing matched the phantom melody. I forced myself to stay awake until dawn. In the following days, the five of us tried to act normal. We messaged, checking in. We met once for coffee, all pale and twitchy, as though daring each other to bring it up. Nobody did. It was easier to pretend nothing had happened, to drown ourselves in work and routine. But pretending doesn't erase. It only hides, and it hides badly. Because a week later, Josie didn't show up to work. At first, I thought she was sick. Then 2 days passed. I came home to find her side of the apartment exactly as she'd left it. Bed unmade. Clothes in the hamper, coffee mug on the counter. But no sign of her. No note. No phone calls. The police were called. They took her details, asked about recent trips. I told them about the camping, though I stripped it of truth. "Wu hiked near a cave," I said. She was quiet after. They nodded, wrote things down, and promised to check. But I knew better. Because the second night after she vanished, I dreamed of the cave again. I walked into the cavern, headlamp trembling, and saw the tents. Only 4 now. Inside one, Josie slept peacefully, her chest rising with a breath not her own. When I woke, the sound of humming was lodged in my skull, faint but persistent. And I realized then, with the clarity of a knife to the gut, that we had never really left. The cave had followed us home. I tried not to let the dream mean anything, but it gnawed at me in the daylight. Every shadow in my apartment looked like the cave's mouth. Every silence felt like the pause before the song began. I worked longer hours, let myself get exhausted enough that sleep took me before fear could. But Even exhaustion doesn't guard against what waits in the dark. Josie was gone. 2 weeks passed and still no sign of her. Police canvassed, neighbors shrugged, family sobbed, and I stayed in my own private hell, listening for humming that came and went like breath through a crack in the wall. Sometimes it was faint, so faint I almost believed I imagined it. Other times it pressed loud and insistent, riding beneath the hum of my refrigerator, the pipes, even the blood in my ears. I stopped playing music, stopped turning on the TV. It didn't matter. The song lived underneath everything else. When the others finally reached out, I almost didn't answer. My phone buzzed with Marcus's name first, then Cameron, then Alina. Each message said the same thing in different words. We need to talk. We met in Marcus's garage one humid night. 4 lawn chairs arranged in a crooked circle. The smell of gasoline clung to the air. Alina's hands trembled around a paper cup of water. Cameron looked thinner, like the song had been eating at him too. Marcus tried to look strong, but his eyes betrayed sleepless nights. She's gone because of that place, Marcus said flatly, skipping every polite opening. Alina flinched. Don't. She is, he snapped. And if we sit here pretending otherwise, we're next. You've heard it. I know you've heard it. We all nodded. None of us had to explain what was. The cave doesn't end when you walk away, Cameron whispered. I wake up and it's like I'm still inside. I can smell the wet stone. I see my tent. His voice cracked. I see myself. The silence that followed felt like confession. What do we do? Alina asked finally, her voice small. We can't just wait for it to take us. Marcus leaned forward, his fists clenched. We'll go back. The words hit like a gunshot. No, Alina said instantly. Yes, he insisted. It started there. It's anchored there. If we want any chance of ending this, we face it. We drag it into the light or whatever the hell it takes. Running hasn't worked. Pretending hasn't worked. Josie's gone. His voice broke on her name, but he pressed on. We'll go back. Alina's eyes filled with tears. That's insane. But even as she said it, I felt the truth in Marcus's words. The cave wasn't letting us live, not really. Every day was just a slower death, the song weaving tighter. I had seen Josie in the tent, breathing someone else's breath. If we didn't confront it, I knew we'd end up there too. I'll go, I said quietly. Marcus nodded once, grimly. Cameron gave a shaky laugh. Gus were suicidal enough together. Alina wiped her face, trembling. God, fine. But if we die, I'm haunting you. Marcus. None of us laughed. We planned nothing elaborate. Just flashlights, rope, extra batteries, matches, food we probably wouldn't eat. Going through the motions of preparation felt ridiculous, like bringing an umbrella into a hurricane. But packing gave us something to hold on to, a thin thread of control. 2 days later, we drove the same road back. The closer we came, the heavier the air grew, as though memory had mass. By the time we pulled onto the gravel lot, the silence in the car was suffocating. The forest looked no different than before. The sun scattered gold across leaves, insects buzzed, birds flitted. But the cave waited in the distance, black and patient, like it had known all along we'd return. We carried our gear without speaking. When the mouth yawned before us again, my stomach turned over. My headlamp beam cut across wet rock, familiar and hated. The air grew colder. The humming started, soft, steady, unspooling from the dark. My knees wobbled, but I forced myself forward. Each step echoed in the tunnel, answered by the drip of unseen water. The song thickened, filling the space until it felt like liquid in my ears. The passage twisted. We followed it down deeper, our lights bobbing like tiny boats swallowed by endless sea. I lost sense of distance again. My chest ached with every breath. Then the cavern opened, and there it was, the campsite. This time only 4 tents, one for each of us. Shapes moved faintly inside. Our shapes, restless in sleep. My double rolled over, lips parting. A faint hum seeped from her throat, syncing with the melody in the stone. "No," Alina whispered, backing up. "No, no." Marcus stepped forward, rage in his voice. "What do you want from us?" he shouted, the words ricocheting. "What the hell are you?" The song swelled. The doubles stirred, pressing against nylon walls, as though they might emerge. Something moved in the shadows beyond them. Not a person. Something bigger, formless. The stone itself seemed to ripple, folding in waves, as though the cave was exhaling. The humming inside my skull turned sharp, demanding. My knees hit the ground. I clutched my ears, but it was useless. The sound wasn't outside. It was inside. Light. Marcus bellowed. I didn't understand until I saw him strike a match. The tiny flame flared, desperate and bright against the dark. He touched it to a rag soaked in fuel, and suddenly fire roared to life. The cavern shrieked. Not metaphor. Stone shrieked. A sound so high it split the air. The doubles convulsed inside the tents, hands clawing at the nylon. The melody fractured, breaking into jagged noise. "Burn it," Marcus screamed. "Burn it all." Alina and Cameron fumbled with their packs, yanking out rags. Matches, anything that would catch. Flames leapt up, licking across the nylon tents. My own double thrashed as the fabric curled and blackened, the face inside writhing before collapsing into smoke. The cavern roared around us, walls trembling. Water sprayed from cracks overhead. The humming turned to screams, a chorus of voices ripping through stone. I stumbled back, coughing, as fire devoured the impossible campsite. The doubles burned away, one by one, until only ash and melted nylon remained. The shrieking grew thinner, weaker, like something dying. The shadows writhed once more, then collapsed. The cavern heaved in silence. We ran. Smoke clawed our throats, fire snapping at our heels, rock groaning above. The tunnel seemed to spit us out, hurling us back into daylight. We staggered into the forest, choking, trembling. Behind us, the cave mouth belched smoke. Then it stilled. Silence, no humming. Just wind in the leaves, birds calling uncertainly. We collapsed on the dirt, coughing, staring at one another with wild, disbelieving eyes. None of us spoke for a long time. When Marcus finally did, his voice was ragged. "It's done." I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to. We left the ridge that day without looking back. None of us suggested camping again. We drove in silence, each lost in our own hollow relief. But relief is fragile. Because last night I dreamed again. Not of the cave. Not of the tents. Of Josie. She stood in my bedroom doorway, her face pale, her lips moving. At first I thought she was speaking, but no words came. Only humming. The same lullaby, steady and endless. I woke with my chest aching, as though something else had been breathing through me all night. My reflection in the window did not blink when I did, so maybe Marcus was wrong. Maybe you can't burn a song. Maybe it just moves, finding new walls to echo in, and now it lives here in me. My name is Kieran Holt. I am 29 years of age, and I have lived most of my life with the mountains at the edge of my horizon, their ridges folding into one another like the pages of a worn book. I grew up in a small town in northern British Columbia, where winters were long and summers were short but green, where my father taught me to hike and to carry more than I thought I could bear, and where my mother warned me that the wilderness always kept secrets. Those warnings had the ring of superstition when I was young. As I grew older, I learned they were truer than I wanted them to be. I became the sort of person who sought the woods when I needed clarity, and who trusted the air out there more than the air in town. That is what led me to camping alone in midsummer, when the valley was supposed to be hot with dust and alive with insects, only to find snow falling where no snow should fall. I had driven north for 3 hours, following gravel roads that narrowed until they were little more than tracks. I had no companion, no particular destination in mind, just a longing for quiet and the stubborn impulse to test myself against a piece of land where people rarely set foot. The day had been warm. My shirt clung to my back with sweat by the parked. At a turnout near a trailhead, slung my pack over my shoulders, and began the climb into the higher country. Pines lined the slopes, thick and shadowy, their scent a resinous reminder that this was no city park. Birds called above me, and the path curled upward through switchbacks that left my thighs burning. I welcomed the ache. It felt like honesty. I camped the first night beside a stream that ran pale with glacial melt, setting up my tent on a flat patch of moss. The water was sharp and cold when I cupped it to drink, leaving a sting in my teeth. Darkness fell later than I expected. The northern summer holds on to light, like a stubborn child refusing bedtime. When it did arrive, I lay awake with the stream's rush in my ears, lulled and yet unsettled, because the forest seemed to hush in a way that felt unnatural. Crickets stopped chirping. The occasional owl never called. Even the breeze through the branches sounded muted, as if I were beneath glass. I told myself it was only fatigue. That isolation sharpens the edges of perception, and eventually I slept. The next morning broke with sunlight dappled across my tent. It was warm again, the air thick with the buzz of insects, and I almost forgot the strange silence of the night. I packed my gear and hiked further, higher into the ridges where the air cooled and the forest thinned. Hours passed. The trees gave way to alpine meadows flecked with flowers, pink and yellow against the grass. I felt a lift in my chest. The world was wide here, and I was a small figure with no one watching. I believed for a little while that I had escaped everything human, that I had entered a season that belonged to no one but the land. It was late afternoon when the first flake drifted down. At first, I thought it was ash, a fleck carried by some unseen fire. But the air smelled clean, no smoke, no burn. The white speck landed on the sleeve of my jacket and melted instantly. Another followed, and another, until I stood in a swirl of falling snow that should not have existed under a midsummer sky. The sun still glowed overhead. The air was not nearly cold enough. My breath rose in no cloud, yet flakes clung to my shoulders, my pack, my hair. I might have laughed if not for what I saw when the first flake dissolved. It left behind the faintest trace of ink, curling into shape on the fabric black against blue. Letters, a word, then a phrase. My skin prickled. I bent closer, heart thrumming, to read the sentence that had bloomed across my sleeve, "I am walking still." I froze. My mouth dried. I had not spoken those words. I had not even thought them. Yet there they were, crisp and undeniable. I rubbed at the fabric, thinking perhaps it was a trick of damp fibers. The marks blurred beneath my fingers but did not vanish. New flakes landed, and new words appeared, joining the first to form another sentence. The ridge will rise against me, but I must climb. A rush of cold threaded through my veins then, colder than the snow that kept descending in impossible silence. I stood in the meadow with the grass around my boots and the sunlight burning warm on my face, and I watched as each flake of midsummer snow spelled out a sentence I had not yet said. The words felt close, like thoughts pressing against the back of my teeth, waiting to emerge. They were not someone else's writing. They were mine, only they belonged to a moment that had not happened. I staggered back a step, looking skyward. The sky was blue, unbroken, empty of storm. No clouds, no source. The flakes kept falling anyway, vanishing into words the instant they touched me. My heart beat harder. I whispered aloud, "This isn't real." The next flake kissed my jacket and melted into the reply, "It is real, and you will know." Panic gripped me. I swiped at my sleeves, my chest, brushing off the delicate white drift, but more kept coming. More sentences shaping themselves in lines and curves I recognized as my own language. I had the horrible impression that the sky was not snowing at all. It was writing, and I was the page. I shoved my way down the trail, stumbling through grass and rock, desperate to get back into the trees where maybe the phenomenon would stop. Snowflakes followed. My jacket was blotched with words, half legible as I ran. I dared not read them all. The ones I glimpsed sank like stones in my stomach. I will try not to scream. The dark has weight. He is behind me now. I gasped. No. As if denial could erase them. My voice cracked with fear. But denial did nothing. The flakes clung. The words bloomed. I crashed into the tree line, pine branches clawing at my arms, and finally the snowfall slowed. The forest canopy shielded me, and the air turned ordinary again. No white drift. No letters crawling across my clothes. Only the thud of my heart and the wheeze of my breath. I collapsed against a trunk, sliding down until I sat on the needle-strewn ground. My hands trembled as I brushed over the sentences. Most had smudged into stains of gray, but a few remained clear enough to read. They felt like messages from my own future, bleeding backward into the now. And if they were real, if they were true, then the horror was not that the snow had fallen in midsummer. The horror was that I was trapped in a story already written, and my body was merely catching up to the script. I stayed there for hours, afraid to move, afraid to look at the sky again. Evening crept in. The sun sank low. My nerves jangled with every shadow that stretched longer. At last, I forced myself to rise. The forest floor was darkening. I needed to set camp again, no matter how shaken I felt, because night in the mountains is not forgiving. I found a small clearing between trees, flat enough for the tent, and set it up with clumsy fingers. My mind replayed the words I had seen, as if testing whether they fit what I was doing now. I am walking still. That had already happened. The ridge will rise against me, but I must climb. That too, I had been climbing when it began. I will try not to scream. My throat ached with dread at the thought. Inside the tent, with the flap zipped, I tried to believe I was safe. I lit my small lantern and stared at the fabric walls, half expecting letters to bleed through. The air was warmer again, insects humming faintly outside. For a while, I convinced myself it had been some kind of hallucination, a trick of exhaustion and light. Maybe pollen had stuck to me, or dust, and my mind had formed it into words. That was almost plausible. Almost. I told myself so until sleep dragged me under. But I did not sleep in peace. I woke sometime after midnight to the faint sound of something pattering against the nylon. Not rain. The rhythm was too slow, too deliberate. I held my breath. The lantern had burned out, leaving me in darkness. I reached for my headlamp, clicked it on, and the beam showed tiny white flecks clinging to the inside wall of the tent. Snow. Snow where no snow should be, seeping through as if the fabric were nothing. And already the shapes were twisting into lines of ink. Letters forming words. The first word that resolved, clear as though written by my own hand, was my name. Kieran. The letters spread across the tent wall, glowing faintly in the beam of my headlamp. Kieran. My name bled downward in lines that wavered as if freshly inked, though there was no hand to write them. My breath came shallow. The tent felt smaller with each passing second, the nylon walls pulling closer, heavy with sentences that had not yet finished forming. I leaned back, trying to put space between myself and the words, though there was none. I whispered into the dark, "Who's doing this?" My voice was shaky, thinner than I wanted it to be. The silence outside swallowed it whole. Yet the flakes kept pressing through the fabric, each one melting into another piece of text. My headlamp caught them in motion. Tiny points of white that weren't snow at all. Not really, but fragments of something written. Characters falling from nowhere. The next words followed beneath my name. "You will not leave this place alone." My chest tightened, and I clutched the zipper of the tent door with fungling fingers. Every instinct screamed at me to get out, to run. But the memory of those first words, "I am walking still," coiled in my mind like a warning. Running hadn't saved me before. If the words were dictating the shape of my future, then whatever sentence was being formed on that nylon wall might already know what I was about to do. Still, I couldn't just sit there. I yanked the zipper down and shoved my way outside. The night air slapped cold against my skin, far colder than any midsummer air had a right to be. My breath came in fog, mist curling upward to join a sky where no clouds lingered. Stars glittered overhead, sharp and innumerable. But in between them fell the flakes, bright specks drifting without a storm to carry them. They settled on my jacket, my pack, my hair, and again they dissolved into ink. I stared down at my sleeves, horror rooting me to the spot. "You cannot run from yourself." I slapped at the fabric as if I could erase the words, but they lingered, black against blue. My pulse hammered. I turned toward the tree line, desperate to plunge deeper into the forest, to bury myself beneath the branches, where the snowfall had thinned before. My boots crunched over pine needles, and the beam of my headlamp jittered with each step. Shadows lunged and withdrew between the trunks, but the flakes followed. I stumbled to a halt in a clearing. My breath burned my lungs. The words had gathered thick across my jacket now, sentences half finished, curling into one another until I could not tell where one ended and the next began. It was like carrying a skin of foreign thoughts over my own. And when I lifted my gaze, I realized with a jolt that the snow was not random. It fell in a circle around me, as though I stood in the center of an unseen page, the text raining down to fill its margins. A sound broke through then, soft, steady like the turning of paper. My blood chilled. It did not come from any one direction. It was everywhere at once, as if the air itself were being rayed. Kieran. The voice rose behind me, low and rough, intimate as a whisper against my ear. I spun, light flaring across the trees. Nothing stood there. The clearing was empty, save for the shimmer of falling flakes. I said aloud, harsher than I felt, "Stop this!" The flakes landed, spelling their answer across my chest. "You will say these words tomorrow, and you will mean them." My head swam. If this was my future, bleeding into the present, then every word I spoke risked carving itself into inevitability. The thought pinned me still. My voice shriveled in my throat. Silence pressed heavier. The snowfall slowed, but the damage was already done. My clothes were covered in predictions, declarations I had not yet made. I couldn't bring myself to read them all. I staggered back to my tent eventually, too afraid of the open sky to remain in the clearing. Inside, the walls still bore faint traces of ink, letters seared into the nylon as if burned there. I lay down with my pack clutched to my chest, unable to shut my eyes. Sleep came anyway, brutal and deep, dragging me under. When dawn broke, I awoke to find the words gone. My jacket was clean. The tent walls were ordinary gray nylon. No ink, no snow, no trace. The sun rose warm and golden through the branches, and birds sang in chorus, as if the night had been nothing but a dream. For a few fragile seconds, I almost let myself believe it had been. Then I unzipped the tent flap. The ground outside was littered with white. Not snow, not exactly, but scraps of paper. Thousands of them. Scattered across the clearing, each the size of a snowflake. I bent to pick one up with shaking fingers. The paper was thin, nearly translucent, and on it was a line of text written in my own handwriting. "I will try not to scream." I dropped it, heart lurching. Another scrap caught against my boot. This one read, "He is behind me now." I could not breathe. My eyes darted across the ground, over the endless scatter of paper flakes, each one marked with words. Some I recognized from before. Others were new, and in every one of them, the hand was mine. I backed into the tent, pulling the flap closed, my mind fraying at the edges. My mother's old warning returned then, sharp as glass. The wilderness keeps secrets. Maybe this was the secret here, that the land itself could write me before I lived, that the future could snow down in pieces too small to escape. The hours that followed blurred. I packed my camp with frantic efficiency, refusing to linger beneath the trees. Every sound of bird or branch startled me. I stuffed the scraps of paper into my bag, without meaning to, handfuls clutched in sweaty palms, though I feared carrying them. Each one felt like a sentence I could not avoid. By midday, I was moving again, higher into the ridges. Part of me wanted to turn back, to flee down the trail to my car and leave this cursed place behind. But another part, stubborn and sick, needed to know what the words meant. If the land was writing my future, then turning away would not erase it. I had to see. I had to know what script was waiting for me at the end. The climb was brutal. Heat rose in waves despite the coolness of morning, and sweat slicked my spine. My pack seemed to gain weight with each mile. The scraps of paper whispered inside it, rubbing against one another with the sound of pages being turned. I wanted to throw them away, scatter them back to the wind. But every time I reached for the zipper, dread stopped me. What if leaving them behind only meant I would find them again, written across my own skin? Near dusk, I reached a ridge where the forest fell away to reveal a view of the valley below. Shadows stretched long across the slopes. The air grew thin, the silence heavier. I sank to my knees, exhausted. The trail bent further upward ahead, switchbacks carved into rock, and I realized with a jolt that I had seen this before. The ridge will rise against me, but I must climb. The words were unfolding exactly as they had been written. I pulled a scrap from my pack, fingers trembling. This one bore a line I avoided reading until now. Tonight I meet the one who writes me. The page fluttered in the wind, almost eager. My mouth went dry. I turned in a slow circle, searching the ridge, the rocks, the sky. Nothing moved. No one stood waiting. But the words had never lied. They had only arrived too soon. I pressed the scrap to my chest, breath ragged. Whatever was coming, it was not done. The script had more pages, and I was already living them. And as the last light drained from the sky, the first flakes began to fall again. The flakes spiraled down, pale against the darkening sky, drifting in patterns too deliberate to be random. Each one landed with the faint hiss of something alive, and each one melted to ink before I could brush it away. I crouched low on the ridge, my body trembling from fatigue and fear, watching as sentences crept across my jacket and arms. The words formed slowly, painfully, as though written by a hand that wanted me to suffer through each letter. He comes when the stars sharpen. He waits for me to speak. My mouth was dry. I pressed my lips shut so hard they ached. I had no desire to summon anything by accident. Still, the wind carried the sound of paper turning, soft, endless, and close. The trail behind me was long. The way down would take hours I no longer had. Darkness was swallowing the ridges, and if I descended in it, I would break an ankle or worse. Ahead, the switchbacks rose into jagged rock, an altar of stone against the last faint streaks of light. I remembered the line I had read earlier. Tonight, I meet the one who writes me. My stomach turned. I rose slowly, legs stiff, and forced myself to climb. Each step felt like trudging through a story I didn't want to read. The scraps of paper in my pack rustled louder, as though they sensed the moment drawing near. The snowfall thickened, blanketing the trail until my boots left black words where prints should be. I glanced down horrified, and read the first one step closer. The second, he is waiting. The third, do not look away. I stumbled and nearly fell, but some part of me kept climbing anyway. The ridge grew steeper, the wind sharper, until I reached a plateau near the top. The sky had gone black, blue. The stars carved into it with impossible clarity. And there, at the center of the flat ground, stood something that was not stone, not snow, and not quite man. It was tall, taller than any tree, its frame a lattice of white pages bound into the shape of a body. Each page turned in the wind without tearing, revealing words written in my own hand. I could hear them whisper as they shifted. Sentences I remembered, sentences I hadn't spoken yet, sentences I prayed I never would. Where its face should have been was only a blank sheet, waiting. The flakes fell harder now, landing on me, on the ground, and even on the figure itself. Each flake that touched it added another line to its body, another phrase. The sound was unbearable, a chorus of paper brushing against paper, endless and intimate. Kieran. The voice didn't come from a mouth. It came from the pages themselves, vibrating with sound. I froze, every nerve locked. "You will write yourself," it said. "You always have." My head shook before I realized I was moving it. No, my voice was barely audible. I didn't ask for this. I didn't. The words stitched across my jacket, even as I spoke, repeating them verbatim. No. I didn't ask for this. I didn't. The figure stepped closer. The ground shook as the pages of its body flared outward, fluttering like wings. Each page bore a fragment of my life. Childhood memories, quiet thoughts I'd never spoken, arguments I'd forgotten. My entire existence laid out in paper, bound to this impossible thing. I tried to turn away. My body disobeyed. My eyes locked onto the blank sheet of its face. The flakes targeted it, dissolving into words one by one. I realized with sick dread that the page was waiting for me to speak again, to fill it, to give it the next sentence. I pressed my teeth together, jaw aching. Silence roared in my ears. "You cannot stop," the voice said, calm, inevitable. "A story unfinished is a life unfinished." Tears stung my eyes. I wanted to scream, to deny it, but the fear of creating another line, another prophecy, pinned me silent. My chest heaved. The figure extended a hand made of paper. Pages fanned outward, covered in words that glowed faintly under the starlight. In that moment, I understood what it wanted. It wasn't here to kill me. It was here to make me continue, to keep feeding the narrative, until there was nothing left of me outside its script. I staggered back, nearly losing balance on the edge of the plateau. My boot dislodged a rock, which clattered down into the dark. Echoes rose, sharp, not quite right, as though the sound itself had been rewritten before it reached me. I found my voice at last, raw and desperate. "If I don't speak, you can't write me." The flakes swirled, furious, filling the air with white. Words lashed across my skin like brands. "If I don't speak, you can't write me." The figure tilted its head, blank face unreadable. Then, softly, "You have already spoken." I screamed. Not in words, not in any language I knew, just a guttural cry of terror. The flakes caught it anyway. They melted against my chest, riding across me. I will try not to scream. My knees buckled. I dropped to the ground, clutching the scraps of paper still in my pack, as though holding them could anchor me. The wind howled louder, pages whipping in every direction. I buried my face in my hands. And then silence. When I dared to lift my head, the plateau was empty. The figure was gone. The snowfall had stopped. My jacket was clean, save for sweat and dirt. My pack lay open, the scraps of paper inside blank, each one wiped clean of ink. The stars above were ordinary again. I didn't believe it. Not for a second. I staggered down the trail, legs weak, eyes darting at every shadow. The descent took all night. By the time I reached the valley floor, dawn was breaking, pale light stretching across the horizon. My car waited where I had left it, dusted with pine needles but untouched. I drove without stopping. The road blurred beneath my tires. I didn't breathe easy until the mountains were behind me, fading in the rearview mirror. Even then, I wasn't safe. When I finally reached home and peeled off my jacket, I saw something I had missed before. Along the inside lining, hidden where fabric folded, faint words shimmered like ghosts of ink. I leaned closer, heart hammering, and read them in horror. I made it home. I thought it was over, but the writing never stops. The letters faded as I stared, vanishing like melting snow. I touched the fabric with shaking fingers. Nothing remained. But I knew. Somewhere, in some unwritten sky, the flakes were still falling, still spelling sentences I hadn't said yet. And sooner or later, I would see them again. My name is Adrian Mercer, and I have always believed that the Appalachian Mountains hold more secrets than any other stretch of land in North America. I was raised in Virginia, not far from the Blue Ridge, and from the time I was young, I heard the stories that older generations carried like heirlooms. Tales of vanishing hikers, ghostly figures glimpsed at twilight, and lights moving across ridges where no human could possibly be walking. I had been camping most of my life, and by the time I was 7 years old, I considered myself prepared for just about anything the woods could throw at me. Sudden storms, black bears nosing through a campsite, or even the heavy solitude of days without seeing another soul. What I did not consider, at least not until that summer, was that the mountains might take it upon themselves to show me something older, stranger, and entirely unwilling to be understood. It was in July when I agreed to a week-long trip along a section of the Appalachian Trail with my cousin Nathan. He was a year younger than me, lanky and quick-witted, the kind of person who could turn even a grueling hike into something entertaining just by the way he complained. We planned to start near the Tennessee, North Carolina border and follow the trail south, cutting off into side paths to set up camp where the tree cover felt right. Nathan had done this kind of trip before, though never for a full week, and he was eager to prove he could handle it. I agreed, both for the company and for the chance to put distance between myself and the noise of my day-to-day life. What better cure for restlessness than the Appalachian backcountry? The first days went as expected. We hiked until our legs ached. We ate dehydrated meals that tasted better under the trees than they ever could indoors, and at night we fell asleep to the sounds of insects and the occasional owl. There was comfort in the rhythm of it: pack, walk, rest, repeat. On the third evening, we chose a clearing not far from a creek, the air heavy with humidity and the scent of wet moss. The creek's voice was a steady murmur, and Nathan joked that it sounded like the mountain was whispering. I laughed it off, though I caught myself listening more closely as I lay in my sleeping bag later that night. The rush of water almost formed words if I let my mind drift, but they slipped away the moment I tried to pin them down. I told myself it was just fatigue playing tricks. By the fourth day, the trail began to feel different. Not in any obvious way. There were no sudden storms, no fallen trees blocking our route, but rather in the atmosphere. The woods seemed too still between gusts of wind, and we both noticed how few other hikers we had come across. For a popular stretch of trail in midsummer, that was unusual. "Gus, we've got the mountains all to ourselves," Nathan said with a grin, but there was a tension in his voice that made it sound more like a question. That night, when we set up camp on a ridge overlooking a hollow, I noticed something odd. The trees around us leaned slightly inward, as though they had grown toward the center of the hollow, rather than straight up toward the sun. The sight unsettled me, though I kept the thought to myself. There are always explanations: soil, wind, sunlight. Still, when I woke in the early hours and looked out at the dark shapes of the trees, I felt certain they were leaning a little closer than before. It was on the fifth night that the tone of our trip shifted from eerie to frightening. We had found a spot deep off the main trail, down an overgrown path where the branches snagged at our packs and the air smelled like something had rotted and been covered with earth. We set up camp because the sun was dropping fast and we were too tired to push on. As we cooked dinner over a small fire, Nathan pointed out something strange on a nearby tree. At first, I thought he was joking, but when I got closer, I saw it too. Carved into the bark was a symbol I didn't recognize. It wasn't just a name or a date like hikers sometimes leave behind. It was a shape made of intersecting lines, almost like a star but uneven, the grooves old and dark with age. We found 2 more trees nearby with the same markings, though the angles varied. None of them looked fresh, but they had been cut with deliberate force. Trail markers. Nathan asked, though his expression made it clear he didn't believe that. Not like any I've seen, I replied. And you know how rangers are about discouraging people from carving things into trees. Then who made them? We let the question hang, neither of us willing to dig further. That night I woke to the sound of movement outside the tent. Not footsteps exactly, more like the shuffling of something heavy dragging across the ground. I held my breath and listened, my eyes fixed on the faint glow of the nylon walls. The sound circled slowly, pausing now, and then as though whatever it was lingered just outside. Nathan stirred, muttered something in his sleep, and the noise stopped. I lay awake for what felt like hours, straining to hear it again, but the woods had gone quiet except for the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Morning brought no answers, only unease. Nathan seemed tired too, though he didn't mention hearing anything. I considered telling him, but the words caught in my throat. Saying it aloud felt like it would give the experience too much weight. Turn it from a half dream into something solid. Instead, I suggested we pack up quickly and move on. He agreed without argument. The air felt heavier as we left, and I noticed how the undergrowth seemed thicker than when we had arrived, as though the forest wanted to erase our presence as soon as possible. By late afternoon, we reached a high point where the trail ran along a narrow ridge. The view was incredible. Green mountains rolling endlessly into the distance, their slopes mottled by patches of shadow where clouds passed overhead. But instead of wonder, I felt only a sense of exposure, as if we had stepped out onto a stage with unseen eyes watching from below. Nathan stood beside me, silent for once, his gaze fixed on something far across the hollow. I followed his line of sight and saw a column of smoke rising faintly through the trees. At first, I thought it must be another campsite, but the smoke was too dark, too steady. We watched for several minutes, waiting for signs of fire or movement, but none came. Finally, Nathan said, "Maybe best if we don't head that way." I nodded. There was no argument in me. That evening, we chose a more sheltered spot under a stand of hemlocks. The branches were so thick they nearly blocked out the sky. As the fire crackled and shadows swayed, Nathan finally admitted that he heard something outside the tent the night before too. Something dragging, circling, pausing just out of sight. He said he thought he had dreamed it, until I brought up the idea of leaving camp quickly this morning. Neither of us wanted to acknowledge what it meant, but the truth was unavoidable. Whatever it had been, we both experienced it, and dreams do not leave two people shaken in the same way. We tried to laugh it off, telling each other ghost stories, as though mocking the idea of fear would somehow shield us. But when the fire died low and the woods pressed close, our voices faded. I kept catching myself staring into the dark between the trees, certain I would see a figure standing there. Once, I swore I glimpsed a pale shape shifting against the black, but when I blinked, it was gone. Nathan must have seen something too, because he tightened the zipper on the tent flap and muttered, "Let's just call it a night." Inside the tent, silence stretched thick. Every sound felt amplified, the creak of branches, the snap of a twig, even the slow inhale and exhale of my own breath. At some point, Exhaustion must have pulled me under. But I woke again with my heart pounding, sure that something had touched the fabric near my head. Not brushed lightly, but pressed down hard enough to bow the nylon inward. I didn't move, didn't speak. Outside, the forest was utterly still. The pressure eased, and then nothing. I wanted to believe it was a falling branch, a trick of the wind. But the hemlock canopy was dense enough that no branch could fall through, and there was no breeze that night. Whatever had pressed against the tent had chosen to do so, and it had done it with purpose. As dawn broke gray and hesitant, I realized with a cold certainty that our week-long trip was no longer about hiking or camping. Something else had decided to share the mountains with us, and it was no longer content to remain unseen. The morning after the hemlock camp, Nathan and I packed in silence. Neither of us had to say what we were thinking we needed to move. The trail pulled us onward, our boots striking the dirt in a rhythm that felt almost desperate. I caught myself glancing behind us, more often than I wanted to admit, half expecting to see the indentation of some figure pressing between the trees, following our path with patient steps. But there was nothing, just forest, thick and endless. The day grew hotter than any before. The air clung to our skin, heavy and damp, and sweat ran down my back beneath the straps of my pack. It should have been uncomfortable in a mundane way, the kind of discomfort every hiker accepts. Instead, it felt oppressive, like the heat itself wanted to smother us. Even the insects were quieter than usual. I thought I heard something pacing in the underbrush beside us, keeping time with our strides. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it moved. Nathan noticed too, his eyes darting sideways, but he said nothing. Some truths weigh heavier when spoken. By midday we reached a spring that trickled out from a mossy rock face. We filled our bottles, grateful for the coolness, but as I crouched down, I caught sight of something in the mud along the bank. Prints, shallow, wide, and wrong. They weren't human, though they stood upright like they could belong to something bipedal. Not bear, not deer. The toes looked stretched, long and curling, the kind of shape that left me uneasy to stare at for more than a moment. I wiped my hands against my shorts, though no dirt clung to them, and avoided Nathan's eyes. He had seen them too. Neither of us needed to confirm it aloud. We pressed on until late afternoon, choosing a narrow valley to make camp. The valley was quiet, almost hollow in its stillness, the sound of our firewood snapping louder than seemed reasonable. We set the tent close together, our gear stacked in a protective half, circle as though nylon and canvas could ward off whatever roamed these ridges. As the night deepened, I found myself staring at the flames, watching how sparks rose into the air, only to vanish before they should. Nathan must have noticed the same thing, because he whispered, "They don't fall back down." And he was right. Each spark climbed as if pulled higher by unseen fingers, gone before gravity had a chance to reclaim it. We tried to sleep, but sleep in that valley was no kindness. I woke to the sound of low murmurs, not far away. They weren't animal sounds, they were voices, indistinct, layered, too many overlapping to catch a single word. I sat up slowly, careful not to wake Nathan, though he stirred almost at once, his eyes wide and alert. He had heard them too. The voices circled, fading and returning, always just out of reach. I clutched the knife I kept near my sleeping bag. Useless though I knew it would be against something that spoke in tongues beneath the Appalachian soil. When dawn finally bled into the sky, The voices retreated, leaving the forest unnaturally still. Neither of us mentioned them, though we both looked hollow-eyed, like men who had seen too much. By the sixth day, our plan had shifted. We no longer cared about finishing the route, we just wanted out. The trail markers seemed less reliable, and twice we had to backtrack after, realizing we'd been led onto paths that weren't on the map. Cairns stacked at odd angles appeared, where no hiker should have been, stones balanced in ways that defied gravity. Once, we found our own boot prints leading off the trail, in a direction neither of us remembered walking. The realization froze us in place. If they weren't ours, then they belonged to something that wanted us to believe otherwise. That evening, as we climbed toward a ridgeline, fog rolled in without warning. It swallowed the trees, smothering the world into shades of gray. The air smelled damp and metallic, like wet stone and rusted iron. Nathan walked close at my side, his usual humor absent, his face pale. "Feels like the world ended," he muttered. I agreed silently because the fog made it easy to imagine we were the only two people left alive. We camped reluctantly, unable to push further, without losing the trail entirely. Our fire struggled to stay lit, the flames shrinking as though the fog itself drank them down. Shadows moved within the mist, shapes tall and thin, slipping past just beyond the reach of light. Every few minutes, I swore I heard footsteps, deliberate, careful, pacing around the edges of camp. Nathan clutched his flashlight so tightly his knuckles whitened, sweeping the beam in nervous arcs. The fog swallowed the light as if it were nothing more than smoke. At some point, exhaustion took me, though it was a fractured, uneasy rest. I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of standing outside the tent, staring into the fog. A figure stood there, tall and crooked, its limbs too long, its face obscured. It lifted one arm and pointed directly at me. My body froze, unable to move, until Nathan's sudden gasp yanked me awake. He was sitting upright in his bag, sweating despite the cold, his chest heaving. "You saw it too," he whispered. Not a question, just a statement. I didn't answer, but he nodded like my silence was confirmation enough. Morning revealed nothing but damp earth and sagging trees. The fog had thinned, though not completely. It clung stubbornly, curling low around our boots as we packed. I felt watched, each step carrying the weight of eyes on the back of my neck. The trail ahead seemed endless, and I wondered for the first time if we would ever actually find our way out. We pushed hard that day, further than either of us thought possible on so little rest. Our bodies moved on instinct, driven by fear more than endurance. The woods shifted around us, familiar landmarks vanishing, new ones appearing in their place. At one point, we stumbled across a clearing we had passed days earlier. The same crooked trees, the same rotten logs split in half by lightning. Except this time, something else waited in the center of Stonetones, arranged carefully, inside of which lay a deer, carcass picked clean to the bone. The skull had been propped upright, facing the direction we had come. Nathan swore under his breath, dragging me forward, and we didn't stop until the sun began to set. That night, we didn't risk a fire. We ate in silence, crouched in the dark, and listened to the forest breathe. The quiet was worse than any noise. Hours stretched, each one filled with small sounds we couldn't explain. Fingers brushing against bark, the whisper of fabric dragging over leaves, a low hum like something buried beneath the ground. My heart beat so loudly, I thought it would give us away. Sometime after midnight, I heard the faint scrape of a zipper. My blood froze. I turned slowly to Nathan, who lay stiff in his bag, his eyes locked on the tent flap. The zipper inched downward, though neither of us touched it. Inch by inch, the teeth parted, until a gap opened wide enough to reveal nothing but darkness beyond. Then it stopped. We didn't move. We didn't breathe. Minutes bled into eternity. At last, the zipper slid back up, closing as carefully as it had opened. Neither of us slept again. By dawn, we were ghosts of ourselves. Haggard, shaky, desperate. We didn't bother eating, just shouldered our packs and stumbled forward, each step fueled by the stubborn belief that escape was still possible. But the forest seemed to coil tighter the further we went. The trail bent unnaturally, switchbacking where no mountain slope demanded it. Our compasses spun without reason, the needles twitching like they resisted direction. The sky above showed no sign of where the sun sat. The clouds stretched too evenly, a dull white shroud. By evening, our resolve had thinned to threads. Nathan's face was gaunt, his eyes red, rimmed from sleepless nights. "What if we're not meant to leave?" he asked quietly, his voice hoarse. I wanted to argue, to tell him we just had to keep moving. But the words stuck in my throat, because deep down, part of me wondered the same thing. What if the mountains had decided we belonged to them now? That night, as the last of our strength drained, we chose a ridge with what little cover we could find. We huddled close, our gear strewn carelessly, too exhausted to care about neatness or safety. The wind rose and carried with it a sound that chilled me more than anything else, yet laughter. Not loud, not mocking, just soft, like someone nearby was amused at how far we had come, how hopeless we had become. It moved from one side of camp to the other, circling slowly, before fading into silence again. Nathan buried his face in his hands. I stared into the dark, every nerve in my body screaming. When the laughter died, something else took its place, a voice. Clearer than the murmurs, stronger than the whispers. It spoke my name. Not once, but 3 times, each syllable drawn out as though savoring the taste of it. Adrian. I gripped the knife again, though my hand trembled so violently the blade shook. Beside me, Nathan whispered, "It knows you." And in that moment, with the mountains breathing around us and the darkness pressing closer, I feared he was right. The voice that called my name that didn't echo. It slipped through the air, as though the trees themselves carried it, each syllable deliberate and heavy. My blood ran cold, but I forced myself to keep still, my breath shallow, my knife trembling in my grip. Nathan leaned closer, whispering so softly I could barely hear him. "Don't answer." I hadn't planned to, but hearing him say, it made the silence between us feel even more dangerous, like one wrong sound would draw the unseen speaker closer. For a long time, nothing else happened. The woods pressed in, the wind stilled, and even the insects seemed to hold their voices. Eventually, exhaustion pulled us both under, though I don't think either of us slept deeply. My dreams were warped fragments of memory and fear, tree trunks closing like jaws, fog pressing against my skin like wet cloth, and eyes gleaming where no light should reach. When dawn finally broke, pale and weak through the branches, I felt like I had aged years in a single night. We didn't speak of the voice as we packed. Our silence was not denial, but recognition admitting it aloud would make it more real. We simply pushed forward, desperate for any sign of a trail junction, a road, a marker that promised escape. But the mountains weren't done with us. The path seemed to twist under our boots, circling back on itself no matter how far we walked. Landmarks repeated. Fallen logs, moss, slick stones, crooked trees. Sometimes they shifted, angled differently than before, as if daring us to notice. Nathan muttered once, "It's playing with us." And I wished he hadn't, because the word playing suggested intent, something with the patience to toy with us until we broke. Around midday, we found another clearing. At first, I felt a flicker of relief. Open ground meant visibility, a chance to breathe. But as we stepped in, my stomach knotted. In the center lay another circle of stones, larger this time, arranged with meticulous care. Inside the ring sat several objects. Bones tied together with twine, scraps of faded cloth, and a single boot that looked disturbingly similar to Nathan's. He froze, staring at it, his face pale. "That's mine," he whispered, though both of his boots were on his feet. I pulled him back, urging him to leave. We didn't stop moving until the clearing was long behind us. By late afternoon, clouds gathered thick and low. Thunder rolled across the ridges. Deep and endless, not in bursts, but in a constant rumble like the mountains themselves were growling. Lightning flashed, revealing glimpses of the forest that seemed sharper, crueler in that stark white light. We hurried to find shelter, eventually squeezing beneath an overhang of rock. Rain poured in sheets, soaking the world and swallowing sound. We huddled together, packs against our chests, waiting. The storm felt wrong, too steady, too deliberate. Thunder didn't roll like this, not without pause. It was more like a drumbeat, echoing from deep within the earth. Every few moments, it seemed to answer itself, like something underground was calling back. Hours passed before the rain eased, but the ground remained soaked and treacherous. We pressed on through mud, slipping often, our legs raw with fatigue. Dusk fell heavy, and with it came the return of the whispers. At first, faint, like wind in the distance, then closer. Louder voices weaving together in a language neither of us knew, words broken and sharp. I clutched my head, trying to block them out, but they filled my skull, vibrating through my teeth. Nathan stumbled, cursing, his eyes wild. The voices swelled, then cut off all at once, leaving the silence deafening. I realized my hands were bleeding where I had clawed at my scalp. That night we didn't make camp. We collapsed against the base of a tree, too weak to pitch the tent or light a fire. Darkness closed in, thick and suffocating. My mind flickered with the thought that we wouldn't wake up if we slept here, that the forest would swallow us whole. Yet sleep came anyway, dragging me down like a stone into water. I woke to the sound of something breathing nearby. Slow, deep, heavy breaths, as though whatever it was stood just beyond the dark. My eyes adjusted, and I saw a shape, taller than a man, hunched, its outline shifting like mist around bone. It leaned closer, and though I couldn't see its face, I felt its gaze pierce me. My body locked. My mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, though I hadn't bitten my tongue. The thing didn't touch me, but its presence pressed against my chest, suffocating. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it dissolved into the night. I gasped, my body finally my own again. Nathan sat frozen beside me, tears streaking his face. "You saw it," he choked out. I nodded. Words weren't enough. The next morning, Nathan was different. His energy drained, his steps slower, his eyes shadowed. He barely spoke. And when he did, it was often nonsense. Half-formed sentences that trailed off into silence. I tried to keep us moving. Tried to cling to the idea of escape, but the forest seemed endless. Time no longer mattered. Days blurred, nights bled together. Hunger gnawed at us, our food running dangerously low. Once, we thought we heard a road. Distant cars. The faint hum of engines. But when we rushed toward the sound, it faded into laughter, low and cruel. We didn't chase noises again. On what must have been the 8th or 9th day, Nathan stopped walking. He stood in the middle of the trail, staring at nothing. I shook him, called his name, but he barely blinked. Finally, he whispered, "It wants us to stay." My throat closed. I pulled him forward, begging him to keep moving, but he resisted, his body slack. For the first time, I felt the weight of inevitability, that one of us might not leave. I gripped his arm and forced him on, though he stumbled like a man already half gone. That night, the forest finally showed us its teeth. As darkness settled, the laughter returned, louder than ever, echoing from all sides. Figures flickered at the edge of vision, pale limbs, hollow eyes, shapes too tall to belong to anything human. They circled, closing in, their movements jerky and unnatural, as though the world itself rejected their presence. Nathan pressed against me, trembling. "Don't let them touch me," he whispered. I held the knife, useless though it was, my hand steady despite the terror clawing through me. The figures didn't attack. They lingered, watching, their faces shifting like water disturbed by stone. One of them leaned closer, its mouth opening wider than possible, and in a voice that was both Nathan's and mine, it spoke. "Stay." The word rippled through the air, vibrating in my bones. I gritted my teeth, refusing to answer, refusing to move. After a long, unbearable moment, they withdrew into the dark, leaving only silence. Nathan collapsed against me, sobbing. I held him, though I felt as broken as he was. When dawn came, it was weak, gray, joyless. But it revealed something I hadn't expected: a signpost. Weathered, leaning, but real. The carved letters pointed toward a trailhead less than 5 miles away. I nearly fell to my knees in relief. Nathan blinked at it like he didn't believe it was real. We staggered forward, hope a fragile flame inside us. Every step felt like it might be the last, but the thought of escape pulled us on. The final miles were a blur. The forest still pressed close, but the oppressive weight seemed lighter, as though whatever held us had loosened its grip. When we finally emerged onto a gravel road, I cried, loud, messy, unashamed. Nathan collapsed beside me, too weak to stand. We flagged down a passing truck hours later, the driver staring at us with wide eyes as if we looked less than human. Perhaps we did. Recovery was slow. My body healed, but my mind carried scars deeper than flesh. Nathan never spoke much about the trip. He withdrew, quieter than before, his once easy humor buried. Sometimes I caught him staring into the distance, lips moving silently, as though he still heard the voices. I tried to pretend I didn't notice. Years have passed since that summer, but the Appalachians still loom in my thoughts. I can't look at a map of the range without feeling the weight of their ridges pressing against my chest. People still vanish in those mountains. Some are found, some never are. When I hear those stories on the news, I wonder if the mountains chose them too. If the same laughter circled their camps, if the same voices whispered their names. I've never gone back. I don't think I could. The thought of stepping onto those trails again makes my skin crawl, though a small, shameful part of me wonders if the mountains would remember me. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake certain I've heard my name carried on a breeze that shouldn't exist. Adrian. drawn out, patient, waiting. I don't know if it comes from memory or from something else reaching out across distance. What I do know is this: the Appalachian Mountains are older than we can comprehend, older than any story we tell about them. And some things that live within their shadows are not content to be forgotten.